Hey, Marks. How you doing, mate? Pretty much whatever we want to talk about, man. Whatever we want to talk about. I'm in the Discord if you want to jump in, buddy. It's been a rough week, D&B Soldier. It's been a really rough week, mate. Not for me personally, but for people I care about in the community. Hey, Tank Dazzle, how you doing, buddy? It has, Marks. It has. It's been very, very eye-opening. That's why I didn't stream Tuesday. I didn't feel... Oh, shit. Help if I was on the page for you all. But yeah, it's why I didn't stream on Tuesday. I didn't feel right streaming. It seemed like it would... Even today, I really struggled with hitting go live. It just seemed like it'd be in poor taste to stream. When, you know, two people in particular that I care a lot about, Kiwo and Lax Hawthorne, are both having such widely different issues. Invalid image. Oh, we'll fill you in, mate. We'll fill you in. It's pretty sad. Kiwo's one is probably a bit more serious, but not by much. Not by much. Oh, fuck, Sentinel. I'm really sorry to hear that, mate. Hey, Dumpgras, how you doing, buddy? Hey, Moonshine. Boydie's okay, but Boydie's just down because, you know, there's bad stuff happening. Like, even I saw a fucking tweet the other day, man. This fucking blew my mind. Let me bring it up. Exactly what they said. How is this still happening in 2021? 1,428 fucking dolphins slaughtered. I really feel for you though, Sentinel, man. That's fucking horrible. That's really horrible, man. At what cost all these lockdowns and shit like that, man? And look, I love tradition, but tradition needs to change as things evolve. His granddad's dying and he can't even go see him or go to his funeral. Yeah, because of COVID lockdowns. Hey, boss, how you doing? Really fucking sad. Really, really fucking sad. Exactly, soldier. Exactly, mate. Hey, Melvin, how you doing, buddy? My understanding of this, because I've been aware of it for ages, is they kill them because they're worried that they'll take their fish. Hey, Cinnamon. And that's exactly it, Mackay. I'm no vegan or nothing like that, mate. I love a good steak. I love fucking pork, man. I love bacon. We're what's the word? Fucking omnivores. Oh, you war veteran. Cinnamon, I love watching your videos, man. You crack me up. You jump into the Discord, Cinnamon. I'd love to chat with you, by the way, buddy. You make me laugh so much, mate. You've got such a fucking a good style of streaming. I've got a really good feeling about you, mate. I think you're going to get quite popular. You're just a very fun guy, and I need someone fun right now because I'm just, yeah. Or you Emu War veteran. I'm pretty sure Cinnamon's a Kiwi, so he's not an Emu War veteran. They won their war against flightless birds. The Kiwis did, or the Maoris, to be precise. Fucking wiped them out to the point of extinction. The moa. He lost his shit when we were playing. Mate, duck, dive, and dodge. Beat the Poms as well. They did. Not a lot of people realise that, but the Maoris actually are one of the few Indigenous peoples to ever get a treaty with an advanced nation. They got fucked over afterwards, but yeah, less pom bashing, please. We are sensitive beings. And look, again, we've talked about this in the past, Moonshine. I'm not against people hunting for sustenance. Even to an extent, I don't agree with trophy hunting, but I understand that there's a need for it. Like I watched I think it's Adam Ruins Everything, where they talk about how trophy hunting in Africa actually raises money. G'day, Grims. How you doing, buddy? But raises money for the conservation of animals. I know it's counterproductive, but it's one of the best systems out there. So, yeah. Yeah, he probably does, Mackay, because he's a hunter as well. But one of the main arguments was that the issue for, in particular in Africa, is you've got these communities that are out there living very simple lives, and they've got these massive animals, elephants that cause a lot of destruction, lions that can hunt their domestic animals and so on. So they've got this system now where people pay these massive, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars on paying to be able to go and hunt a giraffe or an elephant or a tiger or a lion or something like that. And a lot of that money goes back to the communities that those animals live in. So it's in their best interest to conserve those animals so that, a certain amount of them, it's terrible. I wish it wasn't this way. But it's the way it is. It's the way that they managed to make it work. There was a bloke back home called Graham something, set up deer farms for people to pay to hunt them. Yeah. They do, Mackay. They do. They do. They sit back in their cafes, sipping their lattes and fucking all the rest of it, tut-tutting about the fact that people, would I ever go and hunt a fucking lion? Fuck no. Fuck no. If I had the sort of money to be able to spend on something like that, I'd love to just donate it to not to Carol fucking Baskin, but to someone who looks after lions and tigers and bears and these other ones. Do they, Sentinel? I did not know that. There you go. I posted the video on Discord of Sinner losing it. Okay, we've got to watch this. Dumpgrey, you can join in, mate. Jump in the channel.
Hello.
Hey, buddy.
Oh, hey.
Is that the ambush at Gleniska one? TLDR, it didn't go well. Is that the one? On self-promotion. Yep. Okay. Let's watch this.
The Xbox Series X runs this shit beautifully, though.
Does it?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Pretty sure the S will do it same way.
It's us.
Yeah,
That
it
you
does.
run up.
It runs
Yeah.
pretty good.
Yep.
Yeah, we're in
Yeah.
Glens.
I've
long
got the
video.
X and I get a
Yeah.
few crashes, but I get that with all games.
What happened to my chat? My chat just completely died in the arsehole. Give me a sec,
But
bro.
Luke goes that way.
as far as everything else,
God, I don't like it like a son of a bitch right now.
Yeah, same as I, mate. So was I.
Love the double camera.
I can't hear my steps
Yeah.
behind you.
Is that you, Naughty, on
The
the left?
double camera is good.
jumping up and down.
It's at the beginning.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm right here.
Who's that in the house? No,
Shut! Oh, shit! Contact!
Contact.
Knocked one! Knocked one!
He's in front of me, mate.
Holy fuck! That just exploded.
Hey, Shane, how you doing,
Watch,
buddy?
mate. I'm like, hang on, who's that in front of us? Bang.
Right? That just happened. I'm too young for this shit.
Yeah, I'm on the ground. So lucky I've got fucking some form of
So
headgear on.
who's still alive?
I'm still alive. I knocked one. I don't know if he's dead.
One of the ghosts.
Another one's still up.
No, that's all
Hold
good,
on.
brother.
I got a
Yeah.
zombie to deal with.
I'm dead, but
Oh, wow. Paul.
Thanks.
Fuck, that's harsh, bro. No. Mate,
Yeah,
hey, he was
mate.
lucky.
Yeah.
Like, that's all good.
Oh, I
Don't know.
turn around and Sing gets shot
Fuck
in
do
the
you
face, and I'm like, oh, where'd that come from? I ran
Oh,
away.
I just got killed.
I got shot in the face.
Get away from my friend, son of a bitch!
I'm dead, lads.
What house are they in?
One in front of me.
What
Let's
color
go.
is
I'm
it?
gonna
I
get
don't know.
spawn up there.
Yeah.
Hold up.
It's going well, Shane. It's going better now that I finally managed to go live button.
Ah, good. That's all good, mate. That's funny as fuck, bro. Well done.
Fuck, that's I've spawned way right. Oh, I would have spawned.
You're still alive. Am I the only one left?
No, I'm not just trying to find you, bro.
Where the fuck are you at, man?
See, this is one of the things that makes DayZ great. Now you can play however you want to play DayZ, folks. I don't care. I do a little, but this is one of the things. As someone who served, there is nothing quite like the fog of war when the best laid plans only last until the first bullets are fired. Then it just becomes a shit show. And DayZ is so unique in. I'm getting goosebumps just talking about this. DayZ is so unique in the fact that the fog of war, the chaos, he's sitting there saying, am I the only one left alive? He has no idea what's going on. He doesn't know if his teammates are still alive, even though he's in Discord with them. Just imagine if you weren't using a Discord or a voice chat, TeamSpeak, whatever app. DayZ,
Walk wider.
this is why you get such massive adrenaline from firefights in DayZ. Hey, Dumpgrah. There's nothing like
Yeah.
it. Other games where you've got, and there's servers in DayZ where you can have, your teammates pop up and you can see them and all the rest of it. Honestly, don't do it. You're robbing yourself of the adrenaline. And that's one of the reasons that a lot of us play DayZ is for this adrenaline rush you get from it. As someone who served, one of the main reasons I love this game is, I still think back to Operation Flashpoint. The first time I played Operation Flashpoint, admittedly, I only played the version that came across to console, but it blew my mind that there was this hardcore game that was so unforgiving and punishing. G'day, Wrath. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Wrath.
You're muted at the moment, mate. Let me know if that's a permissions problem. It shouldn't be. You should be able to talk. No, there we go. Brilliant. How you doing, buddy?
What's going on, brother?
Not much at all, mate. Not much at all. Just extolling the virtues of why PvP in DayZ was so fucking awesome. Is so fucking awesome. It's beyond any other game that I'm aware of. Armour is probably on the same par as well, but what makes DayZ, I think, have that edge over Armour is a milsim game. You're going into it with the expectation of fighting. Now, some people play DayZ like that, but DayZ is just, you could lose that sense when you're out looting. When you're on a low pop server that's not Grand Central Station, with 100 people at the traders and all the rest of it, you forget that you're playing a combat game. And when shots start getting fired, the chaos is fucking incredible.
Yeah.
What's it like for you, Raph?
When you're in the middle of a field and suddenly you hear a bullet whiz by you. Not only are you going, oh crap, let's run, but also the person that's on the other end of the scope trying to shoot you goes, crap, I missed, and then it goes from there. I can't count how many times in 0.62 because I didn't know who my teammates were or weren't based off of like quick reaction times of being gunned down by a fellow teammate or me gunning down a fellow teammate because we didn't communicate properly. Just so much fun that you can have it. Like to this day, I get into a PvP situation and I start shaking because I get so freaking overexcited and overhyped.
Just give me a sec. I've
For
just
me,
got to pop out my YouTube chat as well. So
just give me a sec. For me,
pop out my yeah, to you, mate.
Sorry. For me, it's not the gunshots. Well, partially it is the gunshots that scare the hell out of me, mostly, besides the zombies. It's when you're like hunkered down in a building, either you're defending it or you basically locked onto a building that you know where an enemy is at.
Yep.
It's that 45 to an hour and a half wait of seeing who's about to make the first move.
Yes.
Because you know there's someone behind that corner. And it's just that wait and the silence and the tension and the anticipation of what's going to happen next. I think that is probably the most terrifying part and probably the most realistic aspect during a firefight ever.
Yeah. And in that situation, I know where I would prefer to be. I would prefer to be in the house, but only for one reason. And I'm not like, 100% I prefer to be in the house. I would slightly prefer to be in the house because at least then you know the avenues of approach of the enemy. If you're outside the house attacking someone who is bunkered down, DayZ being the game it is, once those shots have started firing, you rung the dinner bell. Players from everywhere within earshot are going to come running to investigate. So if you're attacking the person in the house, you've got a 360-degree battlefield. You've got people who could potentially be coming up from behind you, third-partying the battle. So being the person inside the house, yes, you're trapped to an extent, but you've got the advantage that if someone else does come in third party, they don't have much information on you other than that there's potentially someone in a house somewhere trapped by these players that the third party has just killed. So, yeah, fucking DayZ is just it's a game where 200 IQ plays it's not just down to purely mechanical game skill. It's down to your tactical. That's why Super FT LOL is such a great player. If you guys have never watched Super FT LOL, he's even got an emote in his channel. That's the FT flank. He's one of the best flankers in the business. The guy has got it down to an art form. And he will do massive flanks that take 10 to 15 to 20 minutes. Because like you said, Roth, battles in DayZ, they're not like a battle in PUBG or in Call of Duty or something that's over in seconds. Battles in DayZ can last for hours even.
Oh, yeah. There's been at least one occasion in which from first shot being fired to the last shot being fired, I counted at least a 6-hour span, and this was just between me, 2 others, and maybe a squad of 5. And we're just hunkering down, listening for footsteps, zombies going aggro, people eating, reloading. It's all about just listening after the first shot's being fired.
That video is really funny, though. I love it when you do like the red arrows showing where all the people are.
Yeah.
You should definitely make a short of like the very like first like minute and a half or something,
Yes.
because it's freaking hilarious at the very start.
Yep, I'm trying to work out how I can do shorts because I've seen you started doing them, Dumpgrat, and I salute you for doing them because I think they are the key to right now one of the best ways for you to promote your channel. Short little videos, because the minute I looked at that, I went, "Oh, I don't know if we can watch." I wouldn't want to watch all 25 minutes of your.
The beginning of it is basically the funniest part, and then the rest is just us, me, and the survivor there, Night Vision. That's his name. Who goes, crazy. He even spouts out what's probably my new catchphrase is "broken arrow."
Yep.
we hold up inside of a church, and at the end of the day, we both died. And it's just funny.
Did you guys?
I wish I could.
You ever seen that movie Broken Arrow?
Yep.
Ha ha ha! That was their term for losing a nuclear weapon. They have a broken arrow. They're all like, "I'm not sure what's scarier: the fact that we have a lost nuke, or the fact that we have a term for a lost nuke." My apologies, Wraith.
And there, for those who I saw Mark, you talk about it. That is a link to Operation Flashpoint Dragon Rising. Dragon Rising. That was not technically a Armour game, as it says there. A standalone sequel to Bohemia Interactive's Operation Flashpoint, but was developed entirely by Codemasters due to a falling out between the two companies. So it was still made in that sense, and I still remember getting this game. I tried to get other people into it, but most people weren't interested in Operation Flashpoint. But I bought it because it was a milsim, and being an ex-soldier, I love fucking milsim sort of games. And I tried playing it like it was Call of Duty, and I just kept on dying and dying and dying, and I was like, what the fuck? So then I started actually using tactics, and I was progressing, and it was like, I did not know this was even possible on console. It was a brilliant game. It never got the recognition it deserved because, and I understand why. Not everyone's got as much free time to sink hours into a single level of a game. But for me, it was gold, absolute gold.
Nice.
But yeah, we'll keep watching. I really want to see what happens.
Oh shit! I got the sledgehammer out the wrong fucking. I think my LAR. Is this you? Is this you? Please tell me. Oh god! Is this
No! Anyone that's not shoot anyone!
Another one. I killed 2. Oh shit! I got a reload. The fuck?
Reload! Get the fuck out of here!
Oh shit! I'm running. Hell!
Fall back! Night, fall back to the main road! Go back to the main road! Run! Just run!
Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck me! Oh, no!
Night, run! Just go!
Motherfucker!
Get a chance, run!
Fuck.
Head back to the river!
I'm a fucking toppling. Oh shit! Oh,
Oh, fuck!
Okay, I think we've seen the main part of it.
Yeah.
The link is in the chats, folks. So go watch the rest of it if you like it. But I love that stuff, Ruff. That's fucking awesome. Who else was there? It was Cinnamon, North, and Night Vision. That's awesome, man. That's awesome.
Very nice.
I love that you have the dual camera thing as well. That's a very clever thing to do.
Yeah,
mate.
yeah, because I stream on Twitch as well. And unfortunately, my connection is sometimes not the best. So right when that moment popped up,
Yep.
you saw that artifacting happen. So I basically used part of Sin's stream to layer over his, and my audio was layered over.
Yeah. One thing I love about the video is that
Yeah.
whoever died, everybody was enjoying themselves. Nobody was mad. Nobody was upset. Everybody was just having a good laugh, constantly enjoying themselves. So that's really fun because like
I think what prevented us from getting super pissed off was me just yelling out contact when we started getting shot at.
What you guys had there, the synergy between you all was really good to watch. You were laughing. You were having fun. So many people end up playing for sheep stations is what we call it here in Australia. I don't know whether you guys have a similar saying in your neck of the woods, mate, but basically what it means is everything's on the line. And when you die, you're angry, but you're genuinely angry. There's nothing wrong with being frustrated, like, fuck, I should have done better. But playing for sheep stations, it's when someone's a bit too serious. You guys were having such a good time laughing and carrying on. That's really good to see, mate.
Yeah, and I think the other reason why we weren't really super serious is because we were on a boosted server. So even if we did die, we're not losing everything that we collected.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, and that does make play a big part of it as well, because I noticed you guys were all kitted, M4s and LARs or FALs and all the rest of it. Speaking of FALs, I saw something pop up on my Facebook feed. No. The British are looking at taking back the F or the SLR. Apparently,
like an active duty service.
yeah.
That's interesting.
Need to check that out. Where is it? No, I can't find it. Oh, sure.
I'd also like to give a little shout out to my editor, Eric, who did that small little edit near the beginning of the video.
Mm-hmm.
He even pointed out the second dude that was popping up behind that fence I didn't even see.
Why is it not popping up in news? Maybe it was fake news. No, I can't find nothing about it.
Womp womp.
It's only gear once you lose that fear. It's all good. Gear fear is... I was talking about this with someone just the other day. You saw it on Twitter as well, Hawks? Yeah. But gear fear, as bad as it is also a good thing, because it's why we play DayZ. It gives you feelings that other games don't give you. I've got in my library on Steam, I've got, let me have a look. I've just installed more games now because I've got the hard drive up. I've got PUBG. I could install Armour if I wanted to on games like that. But other games just don't give me the edge that DayZ does. It's that thing of once you're geared and you've got all this cool kit, you don't want to lose it. I've gotten better now that when I die, I have a little moment of frustration, and then it's like, well, I get to loot up again. What am I going to get to find this time around? And yeah, particularly now with choppers being a lot easier to find, but I temper that with if they're easy to find for you, they're easier to find for everyone. They're easier to spot now. They make an audible noise. So going to a chopper is a lot riskier now than it used to be.
Yeah.
Gear fear is as close in game as personal fear IRL, as in adrenaline. Yeah. Yep. And I don't really ever want to lose that edge dump that DayZ gives me. If I ever get to the point where I don't care about dying in DayZ, then I know it's time to find a different game.
Yeah, definitely. And I kind of touched on that in my little Twitter post about talking about my server. You know, trying to get people to play on a server where gear fear is a thing to worry about.
Now, what was the topic that you mentioned, Marks? You said you put something into chat. And this is something I want to ask the community. Is there any cool additions that could be added to the game that would make 1.14 even better? Just remember to keep it simple and keep vanilla game in mind when suggesting something, but I want to hear your ideas and they might end up in a video. Yeah, mesh barriers, which kind of ties into Cappy saying about mesh barriers. This is all in the podcast Discord, so anyone can see it. But I would like to see, as much as all the rage at the moment is with servers that are not allowing base building, but I would like to see some more improvements to the base building mechanics, because there are people who enjoy that aspect of DayZ. And as it is, the vanilla base building is really, really ordinary. What would you guys like to see? I just got to go change my washing as well, but I'll still be listening because I got my headphones on.
Well, we're already getting a lot of new guns, and I think that's going to be an automatic for every single update that's coming. I would like to see probably new buildable structures, maybe new vehicles. Like, I would like to have the option to maybe build like sandbags, maybe different types of walls, maybe even actual shelters, like a log cabin or something. I would also like to see like maybe military vehicles, like Humvees, military trucks, that sort of thing.
I think what I would like to see in DayZ is more kind of like survival apocalyptic Mad Max kind of situations. Not necessarily that theme, but like, the ability to actually take over a building, like being able to put like fully attached locks or that kind of stuff and have persistence locks through restarts. I know that locks can be persistent, but they're really buggy. Like, some people get glitched in them and you have to like teleport them out. But it'd be cool to be able to like board up windows or some other stuff like that, and give it like more of a, I'm actually taking over this housing area, and I use the vanilla fencing base building to like build extensions onto buildings that we've taken over, or to build essentially bridges between buildings or whatever.
I agree. That would be something like the More Doors mod, but it would be great if you could actually lock the existing doors rather than having to build another door. maybe even upgrade them per se, armor them with sheet metal or something like that. You mentioned vehicles, Roth, 100%. When are we going to see a military Jeep? There's so many military Jeeps around the map. That'd be an easy one to add. When I say easy, I temper that with there's probably a lot involved in it. But that'd be an easier one in that there's already a model of a wreck, so you could find parts for it in. To be able to get the tyres and the parts for. That would be an obvious one for me, adding a military Jeep.
One thing I would like with vehicles is, again, kind of like Mad Max situation, how hard would it be for the DayZ devs to make it so we could take sheet metal plus a car door and make it so the car door has extra armor, a little slit, harder to see through, but, a little bit more armor. Because how many times have you been driving a vehicle and somebody just with Mosin just one taps you from like a distance?
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if they only had a slit to shoot through, or it would go through the metal and it would do a lot less damage. Like it wouldn't kill you immediately, but it would definitely be hurtful. Stuff like that would be really cool because then it would make DayZ more about not only surviving but also thriving. Right.
Maybe the only place you could do the upgrades is drive to one of those small garages, which has the area for you to park in and has like a little workbench there, and it has a detection area that the vehicle is in there and enables you to do the upgrades.
Yeah.
I would also like to see like me adding on to more buildable structures is like, say you got yourself situated in a base, and basically this is just for helping for storage reasons, like, build like a workbench so you can store tools and whatnot. Same thing like gun racks, so you can have more space for, barrels for ammo and other items that you'd be using more often.
Yeah, but as long as they do gun racks right. I do not want to see a gun rack that can hold 20 guns. Please do not do that.
I like is it Mass's gun rack? The little the little 4-person one. I do see the vanilla gun rack that's in the game as just an item you see at checkpoints and things like that. I see that there's an argument for that to be introduced as a usable item in game, but Mass's gun rack is perfect, where you create the slotted boards and then you attach it together, and it's got a little drawer for putting ammo in or something like that.
Yeah,
but it's perfect.
It's crude. Yeah, it's crude. It fits the scene. It shows that your guy's not a master carpenter. It really works.
Yeah.
It'd be cool if maybe they did make the military gun racks spawnable, but instead they were a nominal or a item that was counted across the entire map, and only so many of them would exist technically. Like on official, it could be like only 10 of them are allowed on the server. That would be really fun because then people would actually strive to get those. Hey guys, let's go raid them. They have those really good gun racks. Stuff like that would be fun.
Chuckles is talking about a game called Crossout.
This is when he draws a big red X on it.
I can't get information about it. It's making me try to sign up. But you craft.
That looks like a
pay to win.
Well, maybe on it. Yeah.
Yeah, and the horny boy bait female in scantily clad clothes. Because let's face it, if you were going to go into a war zone, you would dress as enticingly as possible and not utilitarian for function.
I'm pretty sure this looks like you download it, you're going to lose all your info and banking information for some reason. That's just the vibe I'm getting.
Shooter World of Tanks Blitz, okay. I had World of Warships installed, but I've uninstalled that. Game's going through a terrible fucking PR disaster at the moment.
Oh, yeah. Like, for me personally, I don't mind, free to play games. But if there's free to play and they're just shoving so much of, hey, you pay this, you get this, you do this, you get that, to the point where I'm like, you know what? I don't even want to play.
Yep. Yeah, bit off topic of gaming. Did you see Biden's latest foul pas?
Oh, I did not.
He forgot the name of the Australian Prime Minister when they were announcing a new defence pact between the US, the UK, and Australia. He only had to remember two names, Boris Johnson and Scott Morrison. And apparently he said something along the lines of, I'd like to thank Boris and that fella from down under.
Well, at least he didn't just stand there for like 5 minutes stuttering the name.
Yeah, blaming the teleprompter.
I could not believe it when I saw it. It was...
He's an old man, all right? He's getting old.
I did like this tweet here from whoever this Kirsten Ferguson is. Surely that fella down under is the equivalent of running into someone in the pub whose name you can't remember and can only come up with mate. And I've been there. You see someone and it's like, who the fuck's that guy again? I know him. And you're just like, mate, how you doing, mate? Mate. But yeah, that did make me laugh. It was like, oh God.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah. But I watched a video this morning, and oh my fucking God, did it hit home? Let me find him. Marx is probably leaving the chat right now. The hidden mental health epidemic in streaming.
Hello. This is a video that I've prepared over a month to make. The world of live streaming is totally exploding. Growth in viewership and the number of streamers is doubling every year. And an increasing number of people are spending time in the live world watching career broadcasters. But I don't think that we really talk about what that career actually entails. You hear about it from place to place, but there's no one location to get a full idea of it. So today what we're going to do is a complete breakdown on the truth about streaming and what actually comes with it. So please join me for one of the most important videos I've ever made. Two quick things before that. Our community...
I've shared the link in chat. Would love you all to watch it. In particularly in light of now, most of you should be aware we've got Lax Hawthorne coming on the podcast this weekend to talk about his big announcement that he made earlier this week, how he's not playing DayZ anymore, and we'll be delving into the reasons why. But the fact that this video came out this week as well is just insane. It couldn't have come out at a better time for me personally. But yeah, I mentioned at the start of the stream how I didn't stream Tuesday, which is one of my normal scheduled days. It just didn't feel right. Just did not feel right to press the go live button with stuff I've been thinking myself. And don't worry, I'm not making any announcement that I'm quitting streaming or anything like that. But even for me, as irregular as I am, I'm seriously questioning how much time I put into stuff because it's meant to be a hobby. It's meant to be a joy. And, you know, this streaming business, content creation business, it's a fucking brutal game to get into, folks. It sounds like it's perfection Roth. You know, what, you get to do gaming for a living? But for these full-time content creators, mate, I couldn't imagine many more brutal jobs to have. It's so unforgiving.
I can relate to that because when I first started trying to do it, it was just a huge grind trying to balance between, you know, normal life and also trying to play and also try to be, you know, quote unquote happy playing to the point where you're like, I need a break. And if you take a break, you're setting yourself up to basically struggle even more.
Yep. And, you know, the way that it's all set up, Dump, Devin in his video talks about it, that, you know, small streamers in particular, they've got this feeling that if they're not constantly live, they're never going to make it. And, you know, things like Twitch in particular. I know I've been giving Twitch a bit of a hard time, but it's it's a hard one to grow on. You've got to get lucky to an extent to make it on Twitch. There's a figure of Don Sibley just said in chat there, the grind. There's a figure that there's only something like 0.1% of streamers actually make it to a point where they can make a living from doing what they do. Now, if you were looking at a business to get into and someone said to you there's a 0.1% chance that you'll ever be able to be self-supported from doing it, would you invest in it? Fuck no.
Oh, no.
No. What was that?
Hell no.
Yeah. It's insane. And there are people out there, they look at the likes of Shroud, they look at, let's talk about a couple of people more close to home. They look at people like Smoke or The Running Man. And they think, I can do what they do. But then you see the announcement, and I know I'm doubling up a bit on what I'm going to be talking about on Saturday, Sunday with Lax, but you see the announcement by Lax, it takes a fucking lot from you. Especially if you're a married man, especially if you've got children, this is a fucking insane gig to get into. And this constant grind, Don, you're welcome to jump in to chat and chat as well, mate. Anyone can jump in and chat. This is one of my just open mic days, which I'm going to be doing more of on this channel. But it's such a fucking killer. Yeah, nearly everyone who's hit the go live button or the release a video to public, you'd be lying to yourself if you said you haven't considered that. Oh geez, maybe I could be the next Shroud or the next the Running Man or the next PewDiePie or something like that. But getting to that point. It's so fucking unlikely. There's things you can do to tip it in your favour, of course. But once you're there, it's even a case of, do you really want to be there? Because they just, until you make it to a household name, like a PewDiePie, I wouldn't even say Shroud is a household name. PewDiePie is. So he can take long breaks, and when he comes back, people will still be there waiting for him. And he's diversified so much now. His clothing lines and other sponsor lines that he's got and things like that, that even if he takes a break, his name is now so established. Ninja is another one that his numbers are apparently going down for viewers, but he's still so established in the minds of big business that he's still got money coming in no matter what. But for your average creator who's getting, maybe 1 to 4 or 5,000 concurrent viewers on Twitch, which sounds like a lot, they constantly need to be looking at ways to keep themselves in the spotlight, because they're not household names per se. They may be a household name in their small little niche section, such as DayZ or in Escape from Tarkov or League of Legends or World of Warcraft. But without actually getting out and diversifying, they're trapped. And they're trapped, maybe playing a certain niche game. And if they leave that game, they're going to lose their audience. So they're caught between a rock and a hard place, especially once they give up their full-time job. If they've got nothing else that they're doing to get money coming in the door, oh my fucking God, it is scary. It is fucking scary, Dumpgra.
Yeah. It can be. I know I'm intimidated by it.
Mm.
If I'm not sure even if you know this, Boydie, but I suffer from a severe depression. Like severe. And streaming is very daunting, very, very hard. I'm a perfectionist at heart. So I literally go over my videos like crazy. Like that little short I did where I like literally say, hey, get into DayZ modding. I did that 35 times.
Yep.
Because I don't want to screw up. I don't want to look like an idiot. I don't want to look like a fool in front of people, because I am trying to build more of a following and try to bring more attention to certain things I want to bring attention to. And it's difficult. If anything, it's more of the intimidation and the fact that I don't want to fail that gets me than anything else.
Totally understand, mate. Totally understand. Have you been watching many of Devin Nash's videos?
I've been watching a lot of these kind of guys' videos,
Yeah.
and it's interesting because a lot of them, it's cool when a lot of them all say kind of the same thing. Like one of them was like, when you start streaming, like you were talking about how somebody, is stuck in a certain genre, if they move, they'll lose all their viewership. That's what a lot of these guys that are telling you how to stream are telling you not to do. He's like, do not play one game all the time. Play different games. Because then you'll develop more of a community rather than a cult following for that game. And then you can easily, in the future, be all like, I don't want to play this game anymore. Let's jump to this game. And then they'll follow you no matter what. Because they're following you, not the game.
Yeah.
But that's what I've heard from a couple of them. Doesn't mean that's necessarily right.
No. And always research out there. I'm looking for more people like Devin Nash to follow, and I'm starting to find more channels so I can get differing points of view. But for the most part, he's very on the money with the stuff he talks about. Like, there was a good video he put out, Unmotivated Streamers. I hated this one because it made me actually think something positive about Logan Paul for the first time in a long time. But... yeah, there's a video getting around of a guy who quit his $120,000 a year US dollars job to try and get a job with Logan Paul. And Logan Paul just shut him down and said, no, dude. Why this guy would quit his fucking 120K a year, but yeah. And that is a problem there, Melbourne. What if you don't care for other games? That's a risk you've got to take, but that's risk versus reward. I saw someone typed that earlier in chat talking about just DayZ. Everything in life is an evaluation of what is the risk and what is the reward. Yep. Yeah, you want to ask that hot chick out, what is the risk? She laughs at you and tells everyone. What is the reward? She might say yes. But you got to weigh up what's the likelihood. It might be a 99% chance she laughs at you and tells everyone, and it might be a 1% chance. But if it's the other way around, yeah, hell yeah, you're going to take it. You've got to evaluate that. G'day, Foxtrot. How you doing, buddy? Foxtrot was our scheduled guest for this weekend, but he's understood, and I've got to schedule him back in. I didn't think it'd be nice to get Lax on and then have someone following up in what's going to be a pretty serious discussion that we have with Lax on the podcast this weekend. So, yeah, we'll give Foxtrot another day. So the focus is just completely on Foxtrot, as it should be. But yeah, definitely a good channel for people, even if you're not a content creator yourself. Devin Nash does a lot of, there's a lot of people who watch his videos. I go in and I read the comments. There's a lot of people who just like to listen and understand the psychology behind this new industry. It's not completely new. Live streaming. When was Justin TV? I think that was over 10 years ago. So it's been around a while, but it's really starting to boom now, particularly with the likes of these sorts of streamers. We won't say anything more, but really putting the spotlight on live streaming.
Yeah.
This is one that I am really pushing with a lot of people right now. I'm loving my own Patreon.
Let's break it down. So today's central talk, high value talk today, is going to be a very requested topic on Patreon. Patreon is really great.
Roth, are you monetized on Twitch?
No, I'm still trying to build up basically a base. I think last time I checked, I'm 498 subscribers, if I remember right, or 456. I can't remember exactly the number at this moment.
Is that followers or subscribers?
Subscribers.
So you've got people paying $5 or whatever it is a month to subscribe to you?
No, on YouTube.
On YouTube, sorry.
When you subscribe.
Yeah.
Yeah, on YouTube, if you subscribe, that's free.
Yeah.
In order to become monetized on YouTube, you have to have at least
1,000
1,000 followers,
And
and I
4,000 view
believe
hours.
1,000. Yeah, either like 1,000 watch hours in order to become monetized.
I think it's 4,000 view hours.
Or 4,000.
Yeah. Have you considered Patreon?
I don't think I'm that noticeable, because I think most of these people that have followed, I believe, maybe dead accounts, from what I'm seeing. Because every time I load a video, and after I do like my promotions on various Reddit forums on the same subject, for example, DayZ, my max view count will probably be in the 100.
Yeah.
Now, I did have like Battlefield 5 videos up, and I know a few of them are still getting views, and the highest viewed video on my channel is about 12,000 views.
Nice.
So as soon as the new Battlefield game comes out, guess what I'm about to start doing?
Making lollipops.
I saw that I just saw that just got delayed again. Battlefield 2042.
Ugh. Yeah, I guess it's for the best. We don't need another cyberpunk issue.
Man, I watched a really cool video. I shared it in the Discord yesterday, which is one for the more technologically minded people. But it was from this guy is a channel that I really love watching. Some Ordinary Gamer. I'm not subscribed to him on this channel because this is my DayZ channel, but I am on my own personal YouTube channel. This guy is a great channel.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar, and 2020 has been an absolutely abysmal year for a lot of people. I mean, we've definitely had escalations of bad. Oh, look, here's some more bad. But what if I told you there's some shining light at the end of 2020 and something that makes me just that much more happier? Now,
he's just, in general, he's just such a happy guy. But he did a video, the downgrading of Cyberpunk 2077, where he talks about how they're actually lowering the graphical standards of Cyberpunk to make it run better. And he goes, it's a 20-plus minute video, and I watched all of it and listened to it. But it was quite fascinating. For the more technically minded people like you, Dumpgray, you'd probably really enjoy the ins and outs of what he's talking about. With, in particular, he talks
what's that?
A lot about the reflections. One of the things
Basically will show you that people who are the most invested in a title usually
see all the lights reflecting on the roads and things like that. That's one of the things that they're removing for the console versions of the game.
Yeah.
To make it run better.
I mean, if it makes it run better on consoles and stuff, then more power to it, I guess. It sucks, but if your console can't run it, then there's nothing to complain about.
Yep.
Yeah, because I'm more of a console guy because I don't have the finances for a good PC.
Yeah. Well, I think when Cyberpunk first came out, it was getting a lot of hate, and I was seeing actually some hate that was coming across that was completely false, like hate. Like a person showed a video of them walking up to a NPC, and the NPC having this really bad rendered face. It wasn't fully rendering in and stuff. And they're like, I'm on a 380 Ti and all these things. So I did the same thing, and I posted the video, and I'm like, I'm at a 270. And mine looks better than yours. What's wrong with this? And I showed all my graphic settings. It was just funny at the time. So many people were jumping on the hate train to get views / likes. It was just so bad.
But yeah, it's very interesting because where we are basically a lot of what he talked about with Cyberpunk Dumpgrah was the fact that they made all these promises as far back as 2013 or something, or 2012, and they weren't able to deliver on them even now.
There was an interesting article actually put out about Cyberpunk shortly after they started receiving all of their buy orders and refunding money about the company restructuring that happened in Project Red and why that affected Cyberpunk to make Cyberpunk give what they gave. Not necessarily 100% that was at fault, but like it was like this could be part of the reason. It's a really interesting article. I'll have to find it.
But yeah, Foxtrot, Some Ordinary Gamer, he's brilliant. He doesn't just do gaming videos. He also talks about issues that are pertinent at the time. He was quite big in exposing the Save the Kids Bitcoin scam that some of you may have heard of. But even my young fella, he bought Cyberpunk, and he said it was a great game. It was probably, if anything, a bit too ambitious for what PCs are capable of right now. They aimed for the moon and barely made it into outer space. Yeah.
I know my roommate's wife and I had Cyberpunk, and we had none of the major glitches or issues a lot of people were having, and I think we were just lucky. But yeah, it was a fun game. The storyline was pretty good. Could have been better, but you know what? For a game of its caliber, not bad.
These guys are doing really well. Freshborns. They've got a really novel technique for doing their videos. They're basically it's a partnered YouTube channel. It's not just someone doing a collab. It's two guys who are sharing a YouTube channel, which I think is just fucking awesome. I've watched a few of their videos. They're quite funny. Have you watched them, Roth?
Let me see that name. I want to say I did see one of their videos at least once.
You guys should look at doing something like this as well, because you guys have got a really good dynamic in that video, where you the console community is growing so massively, and that's probably one of my proudest achievements with the podcast. Is we're now starting to get a lot of console people coming in, because love it or hate it, console is here to stay with DayZ, and it's an important part of DayZ. A lot of PC gamers might not realise it, but I do believe that console is a very large part of why DayZ is still being supported, because it brought in a lot of new revenue for this game that we all love and hate at times. And without it, the PC market is finite. But yeah, someone did have a link. I wish I could find it or remember it, but I'm me and I forget fucking what I had for dinner last night. Seriously, I'm trying to remember, what did I have for dinner? I cooked it as well. Ham and cheese toasties. But yeah, how many people are playing it on console? Tens of thousands, if not more. You got any idea, Roth?
Oh yeah, like when it came to Game Pass on the Xbox, it just straight up blew up.
Because there's nothing like it on console, is there? Well, there's Rust now.
Well, there's Rust, but that came years later. But the only thing closest to it would have been just more single-player oriented survival games. I think Subnautica was out at the time. Let's see. The Long Dark was out during that time.
Yep.
And I believe I don't think there was anything else during that was like I would compare it to DayZ when it comes to hardcore survival. But ever since it came out on Game Pass, when they released their Game Pass Ultimate system, it just blew up, and I think a year after we started getting these 3-month updates every so often that just gradually improved the game for better or for worse. I still have.
Actually, how excited are you as a console player for this 1.14 patch?
I am actually pretty excited. I'm playing on the experimentals. I've dabbled around with it. I've seen what they've put in. I've seen what they, also have taken out, bug fixes and whatnot. And at this point, nothing but positives. I can only assume what they're going to be doing in the next 3 months. But with these new mechanics and new toxic zones, I think it's going to really shake up the gameplay and how players will operate. Because I can tell you that there was one scenario during the experimentals where one of my guys, he managed to grab himself a full NBC suit, and it's bright yellow, by the way, and we're running in the middle of the field, and we start getting shot at. But he's not getting shot at. I am. They're actively not trying to kill him, or at least not kill him yet, so they can at least get a good, clean shot so they can take his stuff.
Nice.
Which is like, he's wearing basically the best body armor in the game.
Revived the game for us. We don't have the map choice, but we now have a different style and different issues to face, same as PC. And that's one of the big things, I think. I wonder how much more of this we're going to see. G'day, Melbourne. How you doing, buddy? But I do wonder how much more we're going to see of them copying, for want of, on PC, Dumpgra, and bringing it across so console has more variety in the way they play.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Honestly, I was surprised they put this in.
Pleasantly
so
surprised.
was I. I was like, when I heard that the rumor that they were going to put in, like, when they announced that they were thinking about putting environmental hazards, this is around the time I think Rust came out.
Yep.
And they have radiation zones as well, or a few months before Rust came out.
Well, I was worried about the other games having this feature. I was worried about the general mentality in DayZ as it is. The fact that this is a more hardcore, more harder feature, more extreme feature, some would say. So I was like, I don't think Bohemian Interactive's going to put this kind of feature in. Like, I've never had anybody tell me that they absolutely adore toxic zones on modded servers. It's always been a love-hate relationship. And it was so divided all the time that I was just like, I don't think it's going to happen. But they surprised me. They really did. And
yeah, because
the community loves it. Like, I literally thought all of the Call of Duty people and all that kind of stuff who play DayZ and love DayZ for the Call of Duty servers were going to cry. But they loved it, and that's awesome. I'm really happy to see that mentality.
Yeah, because my first thought was, how well are they going to implement it? Is it going to be in certain zones? Is it ever going to go away? Is it permanent? And another thing is the community servers. Will they be placeable everywhere? Like, say you are in a community server and you just happen to make the admin mad and they spawn in a toxic zone on your area until you die. That was my main concern about for like the community mods on consoles.
Shit cunts are going to be shit cunts no matter what. Whether they've got a toxic zone they can spawn on top of you, or whether they're going to spawn a bear on you or whatever. That's more down to the type of server you choose to play on. They shouldn't not add tools. Like, I don't understand why they haven't given us notes back.
Yeah, me and Melbourne were talking about this, the admin abuse problem that a lot of people have the other day.
Oh, I have a good video about admin abuse on my channel, and it's just like this. Like, you'll have like some of these admins, and you think, okay, it's a teenager and whatnot, but sometimes it's usually a grown man with kids that does the most petty shit that you could possibly imagine, because you either killed a friend of theirs or you killed them, and they're just out using their god powers on you.
Unfortunately, it's those kind of servers out there that drive servers like me, and server owners like me, to have to buy an alternate account that has no powers, that doesn't tell anybody about it, like, to be able to even play on my own server. So it's just sad that people do that.
Yeah, and for me, if you're gonna start your own server, you're going to have to come with the mindset like you have to resist that temptation to use those powers to get stuff back. You know,
Yeah.
like
Sad
for
part
me,
is just like I don't know why anybody and sorry, I'll let you finish.
but like it's the old saying goes, power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts even more. It's just there's some servers that I've been on where the guy who owns it doesn't play the game, period.
Yep.
And for me, if I own a server, I want to still continue playing my game. I may not play on that server, I may play on a different server, but it's a fine line that you gotta basically balance on.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Boydie knows my stance on this kind of situation. If you're going to run a server, you need to run a server for your for a community or for making a community. You're not running a server because you want to play on the server. And I know a lot of people who think that running a server is all about what they want and how they want to run it. And that's great. If you're going to do that, then you're going to have a couple close friends who want to play with you. But at the end of the day, you know, if you run a grid server, it's for the community that you build or even have. And I see a lot of people who claim about admin abuse come from people who are given admin positions on servers and only want to benefit themselves, or from people who only run a server for themselves and damn be anybody else who plays on it. But yeah, that's kind of like my point of view, is that like running a server should be about actually creating a player base, not yourself.
Yeah, and me and a couple of friends, we were splitting a server, and we had everything, you know, set up, what the rules are going to be, what kind of play set or mindset players are going to have to be when they're on this server. But I think the other challenge is trying to get that player base onto that server when there's like a million other servers that are essentially like it.
Word of mouth.
And of course, that's still pretty hard.
Oh yeah, it is. But if you run a good server and you are a person who makes quality content like you do, people will come and play because they will hear the word of mouth. If you make rules and you follow your own rules that you enforce to the T, you'll have very, very few people who get upset about you enforcing the rules. May suck, but at the end of the day, it does help a lot with your server's reputation.
I just wanted to jump in because this conversation.
Yeah, mate.
Yeah, 100%. This is the problem with a lot of servers, that the admins or a admin will not, follow their own rules, and they will have they won't get punished for breaking the rules.
Yep.
And I've gone through so many servers for that very reason. Like, I'm very black and white. If you got rules, no worries. If you can grief, that's no worries. As long as you can do that, that's fine. But if they have a rule, that's the rule. And I know we had a problem on Pipsy. You'd get someone in, you'd do all the background checks, you'd think they're a decent person, and you bring them through the temporary, just doing moderating and all that sort of stuff. And then once they get in the game, it's hard. Like, being an admin is hard. There's a lot of pressure from, the community and even amongst yourselves. And the problem that I've seen happen 3 times since I was in that is that, someone just can't handle it. They get the shits. Then they go and dump on the server by spawning in crap for their mates or whatever it is.
Yep.
And then it just screws it. And then it makes the whole community look bad.
Yep.
Like a good example.
My bad.
Like a good example for that is I was on this server. Me and my buddies were on this server for like pushing a year, and it was like basic decently looted server. Base damage is turned off for the whole week, and it's turned on for the weekend. And I think that was the only difference. Don't glitch. The basic rules. Don't glitch into bases, that kind of thing. And I think about 3 months until the server, I guess, finally shut down, is he couldn't keep up. Either he just was disenchanted or just stopped caring. He would have to manually turn base damage on and off at a certain time because I think he lived in New York. And it's just like every other week, there would be a time where base damage wouldn't be turned on until a better part of 8 hours the next day. Or base damage would be turned off 72 hours after the fact. And it just got so rampant that everyone just straight up just left the server and it died. And this server was pushing 20-man queues daily for a year.
Just because you didn't want to get raided?
No, I don't think it was that because he doesn't play on the server. He never played on the server as far as I know. He maybe had like admins, like his Discord admins would play on the server, but they would not have the god powers basically. Everything was controlled by him, turning things off, resetting servers, and it just started becoming such a persistent issue over and over again. People would go into his Discord like, why is this thing not turned off yet? Why is it not turned back on? I just lost all my stuff. I just wasted all this stuff thinking that base damage was on. And he was just giving like half-assed excuses constantly, like, oh, I'm at work, which, it could be a thing. Or then there's a few where he just says, I just slept in. I just straight up slept in. I forgot.
Okay.
But I don't think there was anything...
Server or console?
It was a console server. And I don't think there was anything malicious behind it. I think he just gave up.
It happens a lot, to be fair.
I've almost given up quite a few times.
I've left the game a few times, but
no,
I have to say I genuinely love looking after a community because it's such a good thing to watch people having fun with what you do.
Yeah, and it's cool developing for that community and doing other things.
Yeah, like I used to do Santa runs at Christmas time. Me and my mate Lizard, we would get on the back of a car, dressed up as Santa, and give away presents.
Nice.
And it's just fun.
Do a gift exchange every Christmas, like the day before Christmas Eve. We make a safe zone. It's a hardcore server, so it's the only time there's a safe zone, and everybody can come in and give each other gifts. If you die on the way there, oh well. That sucks to suck, but oh well. A lot of people really enjoy it, and most people don't. I've actually never seen anybody die on the way to the gift exchange. But back on the admin thing for PC servers, keeping your admins accountable also means having the ability to make them accountable. So, like on my server, my admin and me both have access to two different folders that the COT logs are transferred to. So every time the server, I think like every hour, it copies the COT logs to this folder. And there's one for him, there's one for me, and we both have different passwords for it. Now, this is extreme, but he doesn't know my password, I don't know his password. And so I can look at all the logs to see if he's done anything unsavory, and then he can look at all my logs. But neither one of us can change the logs.
We had them in Discord. They would just come up. You can't hide them.
Yeah.
It was really
that
good.
One, that's another one of our things. But yes, that one's really cool too. But like, I know I was talking with another server that's Tarkov inspired, and they were having some trouble. And I was telling them about, like, it sounds bad, but it's kind of like a business. You have to run it kind of like a business. You cannot give your friends powers just because they're your friends. They actually have to be trustworthy people who aren't going to abuse crap. And if you see somebody stepping out of line, there's no problem to remove the powers temporarily until you are sure they're not abusing them, or you can be confident they're not. Like, don't be shy about it. Like, if you make them mad a little bit, it's okay. It's better than, like you said, running around and spawning in all these items just to mess up your entire server.
Yeah, well, do you think... I mean, I haven't been involved in other communities other than EVE Online, which is completely different.
Oh, God.
But, so do I. I played it for 11 years, man. I was in the big Center Frontier Wars. We took the South and built the South.
Oh, nice.
But you know, that game is military based, basically. You know, everyone that I knew was in the military, and very structured, and you don't have that up until recently, that sort of doggy behaviour. But in DayZ, I don't know what it is. It's so hard to judge people, you know, to give them the benefit of the doubt, and you know, because people just do it all the time. They're always breaking rules. They're always looking for the easy way. But like what you know, Prestige said about, you know, having admins in a clan, 100%. That is a terrible thing. Having clans, having admins part of a clan, and then that clan raiding as well. That's even worse, because you can't not know something. You know, you can't wipe your memory.
Yep.
You know.
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Like,
We talked about that on the weekend, I think.
Yeah.
but that's the thing. Like, Prestige is saying it's hard because of the groups and stuff like that. Yeah, I was running a group on our server called the Nomadic Traders. TNT was the name. It was kind of funny. But as soon as I became admin, I tried to give it away. Nobody took it, so I just dissolved the entire group. I have been running New Dawn for almost 2.5 years now, and I have not been part of a group since I became an admin. But like, if you join a server where an admin is part of a group, be warned. The temptation is great when you have a group as an admin and you play with them.
Oh, yeah, you can take a back seat, Zais, and I do agree. And that's exactly what I would do. Even when I was removed from admin, when I quit, I then joined up with another group. They said, "Oh, you want to come for a raid?" I'm like, "So sure." And I just sat there. I didn't say a thing. I watched. And because obviously I've been to the base before, I knew where the gear was. And even though I wasn't an admin anymore, I'm still not going to say nothing. So
Well,
yeah, you can take
know,
it.
People are going to complain regardless, and it's all about not giving them that ammunition. So
Yeah, well, that's what gets recorded.
if you want to run with a group, just don't have group tags. Don't be fully associated with them. Don't claim to be part of the group. You can run with them every now and then, but the reality fact is once you start claiming that you're part of that group as like a individual, people are going to start assuming that even if you're not abusing your powers, you are abusing your powers in some way. Is it ESP? Are they spawning in items? Are they using free cam? Yada, 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 yada.
You're always
it's
guilty.
all about these other servers who've ruined it for us. Like, there are servers out there. Everybody remember that stupid video where that guy went around making people throw up, and everybody thought it was hilarious. And they thought it was a joke. But the funny thing is the people who were getting tortured in the game didn't know there was a wipe the next day. So they literally thought they were getting, like, trolled by a hacker. But it ended up being the admins allowing someone to mess with them for video. That kind of stuff is what's created the stigma about admin abuse.
Yeah, I mean, look, I know there's a few streamers that have been caught out with the whole, you know, using ESP to find out where people are and then creating the video based on that. Some of that I don't agree with. Like, I don't agree with having ESP on, for example.
Yeah.
That's shit. But if they were to use the map, like CF tools, and say, okay, there's a group of people down in Vybor, and then they go set up outside of Vybor or in another town, and then they make their way with nothing, just so they have the content. I mean, at the end of the day, if no one knows about it, they're not getting an advantage per se. They're just trying to create content. It's no different to scripting it.
My biggest thing about that, or my biggest thing I tell people who talk about using admin powers is, can a player do it? No? Then don't do it.
Yeah.
Hey, Prestige.
Hello.
Hey, man.
Gravity. Gravity. Sorry, I just had a message come up from Gravity Wall. No, mate, but jump into the Discord. Just jump into the Discord, because you're someone who I would love to hear your opinion on this as well. Who we got in? Prestige, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you.
Very well.
Eric, I saw your comment earlier, mate, but I was letting the guys continue their conversation. We're going to be doing more of these, mate. These informal, like the Saturday, Sunday show will be, you know, the main one of the week. But I just like doing a chat. That should work now. I spelled Discord wrong.
Uh-oh.
I finally realised I could have a vanity URL.
Nice.
But yeah, no, look, it's such a complex issues. Starting a server is, I've been there. Dump, you helped me with my server. We tried to keep it going for as long as we could. But I ended up closing it because I went too full on. I went crazy with my server. It wasn't popular. Maybe one day I'll look at coming back, but not anytime soon. I've got a Scum server. I've got that going at the moment. But being a content creator and having your own server is always risky, always fucking risky. Because there's been so many examples of when people have abused it to, as you were talking about, to create content. I like the way Spud used to run the UN. The UN were kind of a neutral faction on the DayZ Down Under service. Didn't really get involved in anything, and that's where most of the admin team were in those in the UN. It always became a bit of an issue. There were some, but they were more like just Discord moderators who would be involved in the behind the scenes admin stuff, but they weren't full power admins who had access to all the admin tools.
Yeah, but even Discord mods have access to information that the general population doesn't have.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the problem if you're playing as a legit player, and you're getting information, even if you've got someone complaining about a particular base, the way it's been set out or whatever, and then you've just got to, note it down and pass that on to an actual admin, you still have information. And you can't unknow information.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that's why, to be a really big server, you've got to be lucky enough to get yourself an admin team that are 100% committed to just being admins, or you've got to be a big enough name that people will come and play your server because of who you are.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I think Dum said, you've got to look after your community. It's not about you, it's about your community.
Yep.
Cannot find one. Give me a second.
Not saying everybody makes mistakes being admins. I've obviously made mistakes before. Like, I was watching a raid one time and I accidentally teleported too close to somebody. They didn't see me, but if they saw me when they were trying to do the raid, it could have easily been thought I was admin abusing. Now, was I admin abusing? No, I was recording the raid to make sure the people were actually doing the raid because I got reports that they may have been glitching. But that was still a possible admin abuse possibility, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like,
yeah, there's always things. I mean, we had a jail set up for people that are doing the wrong thing, and I gave a guy a warning, and then he was reported doing the same thing again. So I TP'd him. I TP'd him to the bloody prison. But I was busy doing other stuff at the same time, so I TP'd him, and then I went TP'd over there, and I TP'd the whole car full of 4 people in there.
Yeah.
Which was hella funny. I thought it was hilarious, but
Guilty by association.
Yeah, there's a couple of guys in the car that had no idea what was going on. They were just randoms that were picked up. And I had to apologise to him, say, look, man, sorry about that. This guy's been cheating or whatever he was doing. My bad for not checking up on that he was alone or not in a car. But there's always going to be something. You can't.
Hey, Gravity.
Hey, Gravity.
Hey, Gravity Wolf, how you doing, buddy?
He's back now.
Busy as hell.
How's the job going, mate? How's the job?
I mean, it's still a dream to me. It still seems like I'm dreaming, man. I can't believe I'm here to even, direct a development team to begin with. But they entrusted me.
For those who don't know, Gravity Wolf is one of the lesser known god tier modders of the DayZ community. More commonly found hanging around fellow reprobate and all-round bad boy Dewan.
Nice. Is that what he is now? We're not platonic life partners anymore?
I mean, you could be whatever you want to be.
Hey.
In this day and age,
I've heard of you.
bang on the money. So what are your thoughts on all of what we've been chatting about, mate?
I'm sorry for creating issues. I mean, in the end, if you didn't have admin tools, you'd have so many gaps when it came to cheaters or people that may be glitching. But in the same time, you don't know you have a bad apple until you find the bad apple.
That's exactly right. And I'll tell you what, I played before we had the tools and it was terrible. Before we could see who was doing what, that was nuts, man.
Yep.
Back when you had to give people the BattleEye Archon password for them to ban people.
Yeah, that's nightmare stuff. And it comes into the community, but it is hard to recruit people to admin. I mean, ideally, it would be your real friends. I mean, that would be great if it was all your IRL friends running the server.
Yeah.
But you got to give trust somewhere, don't you?
Yeah, we call those perfect world scenarios. Sadly, they just simply don't exist. And I've seen sometimes where they exist, but the sad reality is, like, if you want to be a player, be a player. If you want to be an admin, be an admin. It's simply just not a wise idea to do both. And if you want to play, go play in another community.
That's absolutely terrible what Brendan's put in chat. An admin pretended to be a bear once. Who would do that?
I think that's freaking hilarious.
One would do that.
I think
The
I
one would do
remember an
that.
amazing server called Beans Teams.
That server, that guy was a fucking scumbag.
Oh, he was bullying, was he? Oh, okay, righto.
Admin bully. It was funny. It was so funny. I couldn't resist. I couldn't resist doing it to him. It was still one of my favourite moments of all time in DayZ. It's my most viewed clip on my channel. Probably because I spammed the fuck out of it.
Nice.
But technically,
Actually,
it was technically. No, that wasn't admin abuse. Because I got that fucking bear call legit.
Hey, I've got something controversial for you.
Oh, here we go.
Speaking of bears, now me and quite a few of my friends have big issue with. I won't say names, but of admin spawning in bears or TPing people as a punishment for suspected hacking or whatever it might be. And then you have collateral damage. Now, the collateral damage apparently gets sorted out and, TP'd back or whatever the situation is.
Let's use a high-profile example. Anarchy HD.
Well, that's
who he's talking about.
That's what I'm talking about.
Well, you don't need to not hide it because he does YouTube videos showcasing it. So you don't need to...
I know, but I've played on his servers and I don't have a good working relationship with him.
Okay.
So in the videos it looks all great and, it's all sorted out and he cops a lot of abuse about it and he comes back and says, I sort these people out, I get rid of the bears or I might leave them depending on who's around. But it's creating imbalance and it creates imbalance and it creates issues in-game with real people that are not hacking, nothing to do with it. And then if you complain Well, I got muted on the Discord. Permanently muted. I couldn't even put in a ticket. And I was like, oh, righto. And I just left.
But why?
Because if you go against anything that he does, if you put in it and say, oh, that's not fair, you know, or, you know, whatever the situation is, if it's against the... Okay, how do I say it? There's a lot of fanboys that play on the servers because obviously they want to be in his videos, they support him. I was a follower of his videos. And, you know, so a lot of people are there for that. So you say anything negative or any sort of constructive criticism about the server and how they run stuff, you get absolutely smashed. And I mean smashed.
Smashed by the community or smashed by
by the community and the admins. Specifically one of them.
DayZ community or specifically his community? Just to be fair.
Yeah, well, that's exactly, yeah.
I see.
Both?
I like the guy.
I
I like his videos, but I do question the validity of a couple of things. One, actually doing those videos in the first place, because in a sense, he's
advertising the bad parts of DayZ,
glorifying it.
I know.
You know, some people don't care how they get their 5 seconds of fame, and if that means that they've got to, you know, do dodgy shit to be in an anarchy video, they'll fucking do that to be in an anarchy video, to be showcased, you know, in a funny moment. But
well, that's what I put in that tweet. That's exactly what happened to another community server that I played on. I mean, we had one cheater in a year. You know, one hacker. That was it. And it was great. It was no worries. But then he was running out of content or something, he said, and wanted to help out other communities and come over to this community. And then all of a sudden we're having problems left, right and centre. And that's a direct consequence of him coming on the server and advertising it. So it is I agree. I'm all for content. I used to watch it all the time, especially because I used to deal with it, hackers and crap. And you know, sometimes you go and talk to someone. You're like, mate, what are you doing? Oh, nothing. You just headshotted from like 800 meters away with a pistol. And they come up with the most stupidest excuses. So you know, it is content. It is interesting content, but
yeah,
you know,
I was talking with somebody about it, and I thought his videos were interesting, but I always felt they were like really fake because like catching that many hackers that constantly having like a video like almost like every few weeks or even a month just kind of seems interesting to me. And they're all like, maybe at first he was catching a lot of hackers, and then a lot of people are coming in just to get caught on the videos. And I'm just all like, that's so crazy to think, but it's probably not impossible.
Oh yeah, but 100%. That's what I'm saying. Like there was definitely people coming in just to be in the videos. Now I don't know if, like what was said on Twitter about the, you know, some of it being illegitimate. You know, I can't see any of that. Other server owners could probably say something to that, but I've never seen it, so I don't know. Can't comment on it, but it does seem very odd that. I mean, I can understand like coming into it, making the content on hackers that you pick up over a year, because it would take me a year to get the amount of content that he has.
Gets it pretty quick.
What's that?
He does get the content pretty quick.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like even a year it might take longer than a year. We were at 80 pop, and I would have a hacker come in maybe once every 3 months or something. There was a time, I can't remember when it was, there was one patch of time where there must have been all these hacks that were free, and we had probably 7 or 8 hackers all come in, all Asian too for some reason. I don't know what the go with that was. All come in, all using the aimbot hack, you know, the one that they point the gun up in the air and shoot headshots. Yeah, banned heaps of people, but that was a rare thing. So it looks bad for the community. It it looks bad for people who are looking at the game if that's their introduction to the game. Like, oh, look at all these hackers.
Yeah.
Mind you, it was like that on vanilla.
I get at least 2 to 3 hackers a day, but that's also the nature of deathmatch. People are warming up their hacks before they go and terrorize everyone else.
Yeah, that's true. What deathmatch server do you run?
VPP.
I love it.
Thanks, man.
I absolutely love it. I was talking about it the other week.
Yeah, it's crazy because I've seen it in the past out of the whole entire time I've been modding DayZ and a little bit before that as well, that there are like small packs of, they're either friend groups or people that develop cheats by themselves that just, they run from community to community. They get caught, they all get banned, they go pick up, move to another. It's over. They'll just keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it. Then once they run out of communities, they'll go get another account, do it again.
Yeah.
I had a friend back in the day, his community's long gone now. They came in, they had respect for him. They said, hey, look, this is what we're doing. They said, could you please leave? They all left. Didn't give him any fuss. They had an agenda, they had something they wanted to accomplish. He wasn't okay with it, they respected him and they left. But not everyone's that way. Some people will turn around and just blow it out of proportion and like become a troll and make it even worse just because they find it funny. But yeah, there's definitely like packs of people that go from community to community hacking on servers.
Don't come to my server.
It's hard these days, you know. But
we can all agree BattlEye is garbage.
Yeah.
Oh, BattlEye is absolute garbage. That's exactly right. If we didn't have the community tools and we didn't have, you know, a place to host, you know, hackers and stuff to be shared across the globe, it would be pretty crap.
Yeah, I mean, just look back in, what was it, November of 2018 before we had modding? This game was destined to die.
Oh, hell yeah, I left.
Yeah, I mean,
left. I
still
came
remember
back
the days
when
of-
mods, yeah.
Yeah, I remember staying in the walls of houses in Electro waiting for people to come into my building. Like,
Man. I remember some of the little tricks you had to do to get to catch people in .62 for like putting in barrels and rocks and stuff.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
or
So
to see if they had
anyone can join in. This is open mic night. You know, just please don't get me banned from fucking streaming by saying anything bad. But you know, pretty much if you're here watching me, you're generally a more mature-minded person. So come on in and fucking join in the conversation, mate. This is open mic night, and I just enjoy just talking about things of issue in the DayZ community.
Nice. But yeah, you just
I would like
barrels inside rocks, and then if you were you would wait in like the bushes or whatever for somebody to walk by that rock, and if they went straight to the rock, you knew they were using some ESP. It wasn't great, but it worked.
I actually used to put things in rocks though, because you remember way up northeast of the map, in that rock formation on the coast there.
Mm-hmm.
You used to be able to get into the rock, and we put a whole base in there. There was only one way in, but it put you inside of the whole center part of the graphic, and then you could walk all the way up the hill and have
Wasn't
like about
also known as like Death Ridge or something, because like if you messed up, you got stuck in there.
yeah, but it worked really good.
See, I didn't know about hardly any of this sort of stuff. I knew there was a monument you could get inside, and a few rocks here and there, but that was about it.
The stairs ATC at Northeast Airfield.
I never even worked out how to get inside the walls of the ATC. I just knew people were in there.
Majority of the time, all it was run at the wall or run into a solid object and lay down. That was it.
Jump.
Yeah, and roll.
Jump. Or roll. Yeah, roll
We had a big party in there. There was a wipe day, and because it was banned, of course. If you get caught doing it, it was a big ban thing. but on the wipe day, you could do whatever you want. So there was like about 15 of us in the walls of the ATC waiting for people to come and having big fights. It was pretty funny.
I would like to ask, what was the most, I guess, demented thing you have ever done to another player? In DayZ.
I'm pretty mild. I really struggle with being a bad person in the game. I just really struggle at doing that.
No, I think just taking their shoes.
Yep. Taking someone's shoes is the best. Especially if they're on.
Yes, my buddy Chuckle, he would go out of his way to like one up himself when it comes to like tormenting poor fresh spawns or just people in general. His latest obsession is going around Electro with a sledgehammer, knocking people out, taking their shoes, and just run off.
That's good. That would be an awesome video.
Unfortunately, I don't have any footage of it, but apparently he has done that so many times that he had a barrel full of just shoes. That's how crazy.
I'm going to find something, and I'm pretty sure that Danny Boy won't mind me showing this. Give me 1 sec. I'll log off
But
there.
there is one story I could tell. It was a buddy of mine. We were building a base near Cherno, and it's a decently boosted server. Nothing high stakes or anything like that. Some dude came busting out of the bushes while he was chopping down a tree, yelled saying he's the Lorax, knocked him out, took his axe, and just ran off. And he woke up, he's like, dude, the freaking Lorax just stole my axe.
Protect the trees, man. Protect the trees.
I was like, me and my buddy's like, you're all right. I did. It's like, no, he just straight up just took my axe. I had to go back and get another one.
That's funny.
I noticed there was a couple of guys on one of the servers I was playing on. It's a clan that their telltale little punishment is they break the person's legs and then leave them. So they rob them, break their legs, and it is pretty funny. I was sitting on the hill watching because I killed one of the guys that held this bloke up, and then they must have thought that I was with him, so they broke his legs. And it was on the Takistan map, and the dust storm was rolling, and I just see this guy crawling on the floor trying to get to a house. It is funny. You wouldn't be happy with it, but it is funny.
I will say this. One of my friends, he never played DayZ before. He jumped onto our server that we were currently playing on. He got attacked, knocked out, was bleeding. The people that attacked him patched him up, shoved him first patched him up, handcuffed him, shoved him into a car, they drove him to his base.
Hello there.
Force fed him gasoline, played very, very loud, noxious music at him.
Hi.
And then shot him in the face.
Wow.
What the hell?
How you doing, buddy?
Watch this. Watch this video.
Ethan. Hello, Ethan. My name's Danny.
What's your name?
My name's Danny. How are you?
Got such a nice voice, Danny does, doesn't he?
How's it go?
Can't hear it.
You need to turn the audio on.
I'm doing good, Ethan. Doing good.
Oh, yeah, duh.
I'm not up to much at the moment. What are you up to?
Well, I just got killed, so I'm gonna go and try and find some more gear.
I'm heading north up to Solnichny to see what I can find. Then I was going to head inland towards Delina. You're more than welcome to join me.
Alright, I think I will. It sounds like you know what you're doing. I've only played this game for about 50 hours, so I'm not really too good.
Okay, I can show you the ropes. So, you're from New York?
Yep.
Nice, man.
How about yourself? Where are you?
I'm from the United Kingdom.
You from? Yeah, I can tell from the accent.
What, the typical English accent?
Pretty much.
Let's split up, have a little loot round town, see if we can find some stuff.
Alright, sounds good.
I was addicted to watching Danny
Is that
Boy's
you, Ethan?
videos when he was doing them. He stopped doing them, sadly, but
Hey, dude. I'm cool, man. You cool?
Hello. You just scared the absolute crap out of me.
You scared me too, man.
Oh,
I
kid.
thought you were someone else.
Just your voice.
Sorry, man. I didn't mean to. You here on your own, or have you got friends?
Well,
no, it's a squeaker.
I'm my own, but my friends will be back soon.
Oh, they're back soon? Okay.
You want us to together, or?
Yeah, if you want to. Sure.
Yeah, alright. We could keep searching for some stuff. That's what I'm doing. Just looking for any supplies. There's a guy behind you running with a item.
Hello?
It's me. It's Ethan. It's Ethan.
Oh, hello, Ethan. How's things, man?
It's all about the guy.
I'll
Hello.
pretend to know you.
Oh, and we met each other earlier. We just got to town.
Separated.
All right.
So, my name's Danny. What's your name?
My name is Anthony.
Hello, Anthony. You from America?
Nice to meet you. Hello. Yes, I am. Hey, would you like a gun, sir?
Going. I would. If you would be so generous.
I can give you ammo, but it's single shot because I don't have any clips.
This is such a weird interaction.
isn't it?
Generous. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Thank
Feels
you. It was very
scripted.
generous of you.
Yeah, it does.
Good job, Anthony. You're a good person.
I mean, it is .62 though.
Nothing felt
No one
good
knew
about
what to do then.
0.62.
When he gets back, we should go if you want. I don't really care, but
If it's scripted,
I'm not
he's got the
trying to
worst
force it,
actors
but
ever.
We should get a base. Just throw it down for a
No,
little
I'm saying that the
fire.
two guys that are talking to each other now, they're
So,
Yeah.
in on it.
Anthony, where do you want to build this mini base?
I was just thinking, somewhere like, not on a hill, but towards the hill, around here. Just somewhere where, just not here. I don't like it. I still think there's someone around here.
Alright. Splendid.
He's dead. What happened? You killed him? Oh, put that away.
Neil.
I still don't... Oh! What are you doing? It would be a shame. We spent like an hour playing together. You seem like a pretty nice guy. I mean, I don't know if this was your plan all along, if this is what you do.
It's what he does.
I think we had a pretty good team dynamic, and we're going places, you know? I would gladly like our adventure to continue. Was this your plan all along? Thank you.
I can't kill you. You're too nice.
So am I the first victim who actually made you have a change of heart? Or have there been others?
You are the first one who has changed my mind. You talked your way out of it.
Really?
Yes. You're very lucky.
It's a bloody bird nest in a power line. Have they always
My
been
name's
there?
Danny. What's your name?
I'm just Terminator.
Grim?
Yep.
Cool. What's your name, buddy?
Just Terminator.
Terminator? Oh my god, should I be scared?
I'll be back.
Oh my god.
I'll be back.
And my name's Ethan.
Nice to meet you, gentlemen.
Nice to meet you too. So, what do you want to do? We was just going to loot around town and see if we can find some... Fuck.
And he always signs it off with that little smiley face with the wink. He's got so many videos, and honest to God, the beauty of them was he would occasionally, sometimes, let people survive. So you were always, is this person, because for the most part, the ones he uploaded were people who reacted like those people did, where they're absolutely, what the fuck is happening here? Why are you killing us? And he's just, the thing I loved about it, he was the complete and utter DayZ psychopath, but he had such a nice, almost sing-song voice. If I always like to think I was a good judge of people's character, but Danny Boy, if I'd met him in game, I totally would have trusted him. I'll share his channel. He's got a lot of other videos there. He's a British soldier, or he was a British soldier as well. So, yeah, but just an absolute fucking legendary channel. Absolute legendary channel, folks. Should have been so much bigger than he ever got to. Did I get raided, did I? My apologies. Yep. I missed that because we were watching a video there. Avi, thank you so much. If someone could do a shout out for Avi. I'm on the screen. How many underscores is that? 1, 5?
5. It looks like 5 to me.
Yep, there we go. Thank you so much. That is a horrible name to try to implement. But yeah, definitely worth checking out Danny Boy. Did I put the channel? I think I did. His content is amazing. Now, there's another guy who, both of these sadly do not do videos. And this is why I love, as much as I can't do banditry myself, I was obsessed with watching 2 channels. One is Danny Boy. The other one is this guy. If I type it correctly.
The Lonely Bandit?
Yes.
Yeah, I know the Lonely Bandit.
The Lonely Bandit.
I think I've heard of it.
Again, another small channel who could he got these shits with YouTube, and I kind of understand why. But he was a very hardcore player. Why is this? I want to try and find a smaller one of his so you could see it, but he's got a lot of good ones. But he would always try to genuinely rob someone as opposed to just killing people for their loot. He would, he even did a breakdown of one of mine. I actually did a robbery once. I felt really bad, but
I don't believe it.
Where?
So you actually did the robbery. You initiated it.
Yes.
Were you sick?
No, I just
Monster.
You say something like, "Can you please drop your loot?" You don't have to if you don't want to, but please.
Please, sir, drop your stuff.
Yeah.
It was under bandit school.
For those positive comments. Again,
Yep, this is the one. This is the one where he breaks down a robbery I did on someone.
What's going on, everybody? Good morning, good evening, wherever you are, and whatever time it is. Welcome back to another video with a Lonely Bandit. So guys, today we are back with another episode of Bandit School. A lot of you guys have been saying how much you enjoy it and been learning a lot, which is great. So thank you guys for those positive comments. Again, if you guys have any topics you want me to discuss in particular, feel free to let me know and I'll get around to that eventually. But anyway, today what we're doing is we're doing something very similar to last time. Last Bandit School, we did a review on a situation and we're doing the same thing, except the roles are reversed and we are watching a good friend of mine, DayZ. He does a lot of streaming, a lot of YouTube. Link will be in the description if you want to go check him out. Please do. He has helped out my channel a lot, as well as a lot of other Aussie and Kiwi YouTubers and streamers. So please go show him some Bandit love. He deserves it. And of course, big thank you to him for submitting this footage. So before I get into it, I just want to make it clear that
Northwest
Boydie is usually not the type to hold someone up. He's not a bandit. He's very clear about that. He doesn't really, it's just not his thing. He prefers to be friendly, and I think this hold-up he does is a really good representation of the difference between holding someone up and robbing them. The difference between being a friendly player and being a bandit. So again, big shout out to him for sending in this footage. I'm going to let the tape roll. I'm going to pause it again at certain parts where I think it's good to discuss what just happened, and I'm going to point out the good, the bad, and the ugly. So, hope
Lots
you guys
of
enjoy.
ugly. Lots of ugly.
And let the footage roll.
Element of surprise.
Freeze. Freeze, buddy. Don't move. Open your mouth. I want to see your lips moving. Just stay right there.
Now, do you want to watch the rest of
What's
it,
your
or
name,
do
buddy?
you reckon I should just share the link and you can watch it in your own time?
Your choice.
No microphone?
In fact, we'll watch the rest of this one because it's a good analysis of the Lonely Bandit, and I'll share his channel afterwards because he's got so many good videos of
Okay, keep your hands on your
robbing
head.
people.
And freezer. So guys, as you can see, Boydie gets an opportunity on one guy who went into the little hut. Boydie comes in, gun raised while the guy's got his back to him. Perfect timing by Boydie, by the way. That was really well played. And it was really good of Boydie to take the initiative and take that opportunity that he had. A lot of people don't really have the instinct to know when to take the robbery head on, and then they don't know when to just do it, because you can plan out and plan out and plan out, but until you do something, your plans are pretty much worthless. So for Boydie to just do that straight on the fly, probably barely planned it out. That was really good of him. So props to Boydie for that. Boydie comes in, gun raised, gun on him, gives him a chance, basically comply or die. As you guys can see, well, you should already be able to tell, Boydie is quite nice about it. He's not acting like an asshole like me. He's not really banditing in a sense. He's just trying to detain this guy for his own safety.
Please, sir,
Hold
put your
up
hands
is
up.
not a robbery yet. At this point, he's just still trying to secure the guy. And he does it pretty well, except for one really big issue, which I hope some of you guys picked out, which is the door thing. My man, Boydie. Damn. You should have took a bullet in the back then, bro. It was a big mistake not having that door closed when you move in. When you move around in third person, it's really easy to get your mouse onto a door to close it and open it. Boydie should have been able to time it right, so as he goes into the door, he closes it behind him, and that way he doesn't have to turn around and shut the door. Again, this wasn't very well planned out, so that's absolutely expected in a way for Boydie not to do that, but at the same time, it could have cost him his life, because the guy could have had a friend that could have came in behind him straight away, and then there's an issue of Boydie turning his back on the prisoner, which is a big fucking no-no. As soon as the guy complies, you handcuff him. You don't fuck around. I understand why Boydie wanted the door closed, but Really, Woody should have died right there and then. The guy seemed to not mind getting robbed, which is probably why he didn't try anything. But I feel like the majority of DayZ players would have tried something when Woody turned his back for that long. Anyway, let's see what happens next.
Greetings, everyone. How are we?
Who's that who just joined us?
Bandit.
Hey,
Well,
Bandit, how
mate.
you doing, buddy?
Doing well, Woody. How about you?
Good. We're
Same, huh?
watching the Lonely Bandit break down a robbery I did 5 years ago. Over 5 years ago, I actually robbed someone.
Holy shit! That's a while back.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna give
Oh,
out.
the red, the
You
red
are.
9. The red 9 pistol. I'd forgotten about that one.
Ah, yes. Yes. We need to get that back in.
Can you type in direct chat? No worries. Mate, I'm not going to kill you. I'm not that sort of a player.
Yes, you are.
You actually complied really easily, so if you want to break out of those handcuffs, you are more than welcome to, mate.
This is where he just
Okay,
starts.
what you got to do is just
beating
press
the
left
hell
and
out of
right. A and D.
I tell my victim how to break out of handcuffs.
There you go.
This is how bad of a robber I am.
We used to do that too, because
Just
sometimes,
press an A
if
and D.
you have no idea.
Might as well just give him a cell phone and say, just dial 911.
By Q and E now you're standing. Q and E. Actually, come out here and lay down. Lay down and try it.
Okay, so
Did you leave a loaded
this just
weapon on
went
him?
From 0 to 100 real fucking
wasn't paying
quick
attention.
Because holy shit, guys. The amount of things I just watched that triggered the fuck out of me, it took me a minute to calm down because I was really just mind blown. First off, let me just start by saying, again, Woody is a friendly dude, but being friendly doesn't mean you be fucking stupid. It doesn't mean you put yourself out there to die. It means you just try to interact with a person in a friendly manner. If you have to kill someone, then you do it for your own survival. I mean, killing is obviously not something you want to do, but you also don't want to die. So why is it then that Boydie seems to try to fucking die? First off, Boydie handcuffs are good. Boydie keeps his rifle on his back. Dumb as fuck. The guy could have had friends coming in through the door. They don't even have to come in the door to kill him. They could have just peeked through the window because it's third person and easy, and then they could have just wall banged him, if not through the door, and through the walls. So that was really fucking dumb. Second, Boydie doesn't even check the pistols or 4 pistols in the guy's inventory. He doesn't secure them at all, doesn't take ammo out of his inventory. Boydie gives the guy a magazine for his assault rifle, 30-round magazine for an assault rifle, while he is holding the guy up. Now, there's this thing I've noticed with friendly players, and it's that they seem to put themselves out there. Sometimes they'll get lucky, like this situation. Boydie got lucky, got a good hold up. But then it's almost like they feel like there's this protective force field floating around them, and they have this mentality that, oh, I was friendly, I'm not going to die because I was friendly and kind. First off, the guy isn't even talking through a microphone to Boydie, so Boydie has absolutely no idea how pissed off or how not pissed off the guy could or could not be, which is a real big mistake because Boydie doesn't really understand the context of the hold-up, whereas for Boydie, it's just a little friendly encounter. For the other guy, he could be really fired up. He could be ready to go. He's like, fuck you, scumbag, you're holding me up. He wasn't typing it, but that doesn't matter. Maybe he was just talking to his friends, trying to relay the position to Boydie, and just get him fucked over. And I know Boydie doesn't expect to be saved by this friendly force field thing that I was just talking about. It's almost like a subconscious thing that these friendly people are getting. And I see it time and time again. And it's just things they do. They might not even think about it, but they're just doing it. There's no reason to arm somebody you are trying to hold up when you're trying to be safe about it. The whole point of the hold up is to interact with a guy in a friendly manner, but to do it safely for yourself. So Boydie has just blown that the fuck out of the water. Really dumb, dude. I know you know that, but the magnitude of how stupid this is just incredible. And it really just triggered me because I'm one of those guys that, like, I'll take knives off people. I'll take bullets for guns they don't have. I'll take bullets for guns even I don't have. I just don't give them any chance whatsoever to shoot me in the back after the robbery is done. Whereas Boydie has just broken all of the rules to having a nice, solid, safe hold up and interaction. So, and then, not to mention, we get towards the end of the scene with Boydie trying to get the guy out of handcuffs. Now, I understand Boydie telling the guy how to get out because the robbery is pretty much over. Boydie got what he wanted. It's nearing the end, so he's like, all right, I'm not going to be a complete dick. I'll tell him how to break out of handcuffs. That's fine, but you don't stand there and wait for the guy that you just armed after you just held up to break out of handcuffs so he can kill you.
What are you guys thinking so far? How stupid am I?
Good.
How are you? Please tell me you died.
I'm just going to think that you
Again,
knew
it's
the
this
game at that
protective
time.
force field
Definitely
like
knew the game at that
mentality.
time.
It's fucking up with
Too
the
nice.
logic behind Boydie's actions, and it really should have
He's just
cost him
really
his life.
ramming it into you.
He should have already been.
What was that, PZ?
He's just really ramming it into you. He's just like, what the hell is this guy thinking? It's beautiful.
Lonely Bandit and I used to play a lot together back in the day. We're good mates. I've got nothing but respect for the guy, but he's bang on the money here. Yeah, yes, like Global Sprock is saying, worst robber ever. And he's right when he talks about that mythical, but I'm a nice guy. There have been times when I've been robbed where but I was nice to you. How could you do this to me? I was nice to you. And yeah, because you're not a nice bandit, PC Bandit. You're probably one of the most closest to the Lonely Bandit I've ever seen.
I'm the evilest motherfucker out there, pretty much, yeah.
But there needs to be, in my opinion, I'm going to stop the video now. If you want to see the end of it, I've shared the video in chat. You can go and watch it. But there needs to be more people doing hold-ups like the Lonely Bandit. Not like me. My robbery was terrible. But even things like what Danny Boy did, where he killed someone and he let the other guy live, but he doesn't do that very often. Guarantee you those people will remember those interactions for the rest of their life.
Yeah, for sure.
I've forgotten most of the times I was KOS'd. I've forgotten most of them. I struggle to think of a single one right now, to be honest. But when I was robbed, like there's a video on my channel that I've mentioned this so many times.
I agree. Worst robber ever.
we would keep their guns and bullets and stuff, but put them somewhere else and say, go and pick him up,
You just essentially just said, hey, here's your gun back. Just don't shoot me in the back.
Yeah.
Season 2 of Interactions. Well, the last episode saw me finishing it off with footsteps inside the last house heading west from Belota. Let's let the footage roll, and
let's see if you guys recognise who's in this video.
Prolonged interaction. It's not just this first interaction. As you will see, a lot more.
Hey, I'm going to be gone for a second. I'm going to grab my dinner and I'll be back.
Yeah.
If you're still on.
Yeah.
Sorry for trying to
Okay,
commit
mate,
to
I'm
a time,
friendly.
then pulling out about the podcast, boy.
No,
I've
that's
been
all good,
meaning to
mate.
catch up with you. I've
That's
been
all
meaning to
good.
catch up with you with a few things.
Sure.
Oh, you scared the shit out of me, dude. You weren't talking.
We believe you,
I got a barrel in my
DC
hands,
Teddy.
I'm
I'm going to get everyone to call you that. You know that.
No, you get people to call me Panda.
What's your name,
for
mate?
no
It's
obvious
catching
reason.
on.
Yeah, it is. PC Teddy.
Coming in, mate. I'm
Some
coming in.
reason I'm an innocent teddy bear.
No gun. No gun.
Okay.
Do you need anything, mate?
No, I'm just trying to get to my friends.
You don't need any ammo or anything? What guns that you got there?
This is how I generally play. I play very friendly when I meet people.
9mm.
I can't even see anything on that video.
It gets
Scorpion.
lighter. Basically, I've just bumped into someone in the house.
I'm carrying too much gear, mate. There's an extra mag for you.
Yeah. Oh, thanks.
No, you're more than welcome, mate. It's just nice to meet someone who's friendly. You're actually the very first person I've met here.
Next minute, head
You sure
blown
you
off.
don't need anything else, mate? Need any food or...
Oh, I know you did.
You know me.
That old inventory, it sucked.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. If that's not a fake name.
Boydie?
Sorry about what, Melbourne?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's me, mate. Yeah.
Oh,
He's Michael's
you don't know me. Chobolito.
Hey, how you doing, mate?
Yeah.
Oh, good. You're the very first person I've met on this server, mate. I have not met a single person until now.
Oh, really?
So thank you for not
I can
killing
hear
me.
music.
Like to... Yeah, no problem. I'm just head like east to meet Didi.
Yep. So you
It's
don't
not through
need
my
any
mic,
food
is
at
it?
Well, if you have some spare, I might as well.
all? There you go, my friend.
No, it's on the video, I can hear it too.
Yeah, it's
I've
your for
only
you.
just
That's on
turned
your
up
end.
here. I've come all the way from
Okay.
east, so I haven't seen or heard a single person, mate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It is. I don't often do music in
You
videos.
scared the living shit out of me when you weren't talking. Oh.
You too. I just remember my push to talk pattern, so...
I was outside, I was dropping the barrel, I was getting ready to get a gun out going, here we fucking go, it's on, the butt was starting to clench and...
Very friendly interaction.
I can't believe I found a barrel, mate.
Nice.
Yeah, I've got to go and try and find
Oh,
something
I
to
hate
put
muting myself and forgetting to speak. That's
you
unmuting
don't have a
speak.
Winchester or anything at all, do
Happens
you?
all the time too.
I have Blaze.
Here you go. I'm not sure what your ammo situation is.
What version's of that?
Okay.
It looks like
So that was a nice
Well,
friendly
nine is
encounter.
363.
No shots were
363.
exchanged. I got to give him some goods and...
Where is that music coming from?
I think that all turned out quite well. So I continue heading west. The server restarts and unfortunately I lost my barrel because I had it on the ground because I was drinking at the well. But we will resume the footage from right after the server restarts and let you see what happens. Hello? How you doing, mate? Hello, fellas. How you doing?
Don't pull a gun.
I'm not, mate. I don't have a gun in my hand.
Dude, come out here. Come out
Yeah,
here.
there's no gun in
Come
my
out here.
hand, mate.
Alright, lay down on the ground. Lay down on the ground right now. Lay down on the ground. Don't run. Please
Why
don't
do
run.
you want me to
I've
lay
got-
down? Why do you want me to lay
Please
down?
just don't run. Just because I want to talk to you. I want to have a conversation.
Okay.
Anyone recognise that voice?
Dad, I'm trying to think.
Hey, I'm
Just lay
talking.
down, alright?
I'm not
Lay
laying down. I'm not
Lay
laying down for anyone,
We'll lay
mate.
down together. We'll lay down together.
How
Come
about
on.
we go inside so
Tater's
we're
got
not...
Tater's got it.
as I have run
Lay
into
down with-
someone else. I have run into someone else around
Is
here,
that
so we're
Ben?
not alone.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's what I think.
That is very old school Ben Fruit. That is when Ben was, only having 100 or so people watching him at when he streamed.
I'm out of shit, Mike.
Lay down, please. Just lay down.
Yeah, you have. I know that, buddy.
Alrighty.
And that's the person I bumped into with the friendly encounter
Lay
before.
down.
Lay down, okay?
Oh, wow.
You're surrounded, okay? We don't
And there's a
wanna kill
third
you.
person
We don't want to kill you.
who doesn't talk
What's your
until the
name?
very end.
Boydie.
Nice to meet you, Boydie. Nice to meet you.
No, no,
Now,
no,
this
no,
is
no.
a robbery, okay? This is a robbery.
A robbery?
This is a very good robbery. I'll shoot you. I will shoot you if you move again, alright, Boydie? Now, we can be friends, alright? We can be friends. But, you know, you gotta cooperate, you know? You gotta cooperate. Now, we're just gonna take a little bit of your shit. Oh god, you got a lot of stuff with you. Bro, Boydie, look at me, alright? Look at me. Maintain eye contact with me, Boydie. Now, we're friendly in Cherno, and we don't want to kill you, dude. We just want all the... Wait, okay, apparently we want all of your stuff. So, Boydie? Alright. Now, how are you doing, dude? How's everything been, man?
I was ropeable. I was fucking so pissed.
Talk to me, Boydie. Talk to me.
That's why
Not
I'm
happy,
not...
Jan.
Listen, Boydie, we're gonna get through this, okay? We're gonna get through this.
Oh
Now,
my god.
We're only taking 95% of your stuff, alright? We'll leave you the other 5%. Because we're just friendly in Cherno like that.
Oh, that's where you got those emotes from, Friendly and Cherno.
The rice I gave you earlier.
No, totally not.
I've never forgotten this. And this is... what? 3 years ago.
Hey,
So why aren't you talking?
I knew who it was.
He hasn't got a mic. He accidentally dropped it out his window.
Yeah, I don't think so.
You could hear my
No,
tone.
it happened, trust me, dude. Trust me. I was there, dude. I was there.
So Ben, why are you doing this?
No. Pardon?
So why are you doing this?
We just want your shit. That's... You've got shit. We don't have shit. We want your shit.
Are you guys a faction or a clan or anything?
Yeah, we are the Riddlers.
Yeah.
Dude, we are, yeah.
Goes around, comes around, guys.
Benny is 15 years old here.
Mate, see you later.
Comes around, guys.
Listen to that voice again.
Hey, Boydie, thanks for the shit, mate. See you later. I feel really bad, Boydie, I'm sorry, dude.
Trust me, mate, I'll remember.
man, that's a long time ago.
Boydie, I feel horrible, dude. I'm sorry. Boydie, I'm
And there you have it, folks. They left me with absolutely fuck all. Not even a working gun. I did manage to find a shotgun in the PD, and I did take off after them, but unfortunately I was unable to catch them. They actually headed inland quite quickly, whereas I followed along the coast thinking they might have been headed for the western tents. And yeah, as I said, what goes around comes around. For those who were actually watching RDDAU's stream, they would have found out that Benfruit died from wolves and cholera, and Gerbolito, the traitorous bastard, actually died from dehydration thanks to the bag of
Yeah,
rice
I would have
they
taken
gave
his
him.
shoes, Eisen.
So that leaves one left, but really, in reality, I want to get all three of them. If I could get all three of them at once, oh god, that would be sweet. But to say I
Planning
was
your
salty
revenge.
was an understatement. I got left with absolutely fuck all, and having lost the barrel that I had earlier as well, it wasn't a good day of DayZ for me. It was not a good day of DayZ. So, Those of you who follow me on Twitter, you'll have seen the tweet I put out on this on this server. It's DayZ Down Under for those of you who are interested. It's a Doug/The Village style server for all of us here in Australia and New Zealand. I have a guy who is geared up, dressed in black, skull balaclava, foul. I am looking for revenge. So you'll have to stay tuned to see how that pans out. Fingers crossed I get to catch up with them and not too far in the future. The Riddlers, hey? Yes. Well, on to the next one.
How long has DDU
Once
been
again,
out
I
for?
am playing on DayZ Down Under.
I don't know.
Yes, this
I don't
is
know.
the same guy as the guy who got help.
A long time.
As you can see, I've managed.
But yeah, that one, that is how you give someone a memorable interaction. I've never forgotten it. I'm still, to this day, I still get dirty about it. I remember how pissed off I was. But I've got a problem. My multi-stream chat has just shut itself on Streamlabs OBS. So I can't see messages from people. It's not even showing in the...
I didn't know you were on. I was going to say some very controversial stuff. Don't mind me.
No.
Sorry, I didn't.
That's why we're in the channel called live streaming, mate. But
Oh, okay. I'm completely
bandit.
on the 8 ball. Lol.
But yeah, no, that is how you give someone a memorable interaction. Just shooting someone, just killing them from fucking 500 meters, and then going robbing their gear. It gets old. It's just like, oh well, here we go again. Whereas you give them something to remember, you get a memorable interaction yourself. You get amazing content. There we go. The podcast is coming back. There is a lot of overlay. Love the podcast. There is a lot of overlay. Constructive feedback. Take it any type of way, mate. I always take feedback. What do you mean there's a lot of overlay? There's too much stuff on the overlay of the podcast? But yeah, no, we're talking about controversial stuff as long as it's not, shit posting on anyone too hard. Like we were talking about Anarchy before, and about how I question whether he's. I know they're great content. I know that it probably gets him a lot of views and obviously revenue and that from the rest of it. But I just think it kind of glorifies cheating a bit to an extent. What was your thing you wanted to talk about, Bandit?
Ooh, that's a tough one, actually.
Your recent controversies?
Discussing. I might have to think about before discussing a few things, but you already know some of it already, so I think I'll hold out.
Okay.
Get some advice beforehand. But yeah, I do really want to have some meaningful conversations about how the DayZ community has been conducting itself lately.
Dude, that is something I want to talk about as well. I'm quite disgusted in what's happening, and I know this is coming from someone who's been at the centre of some dramas himself. But it's something I've really tried to move away from, and try to focus more on being a inclusive. I don't care whether you're console, I don't care whether you're fucking whatever background or anything. If you just love DayZ, then you can be part of the community that we've got here around the DayZ podcast. But I'm seeing shit happening out there at the moment. There's one thing in particular I've seen. A server is banning people on a reputational ban. What the fuck is that about?
Reputational ban?
Never even heard of it.
What the hell?
How do you even know someone's reputation?
I know. It's Mike Doherty. A guy we've had on the podcast before. He got banned from Spaggy servers for a reputational ban, and I think this is something to do with the ongoing shit fight between them and Karma Crew, and it's just getting really, really sad. Like Global Sprocket is saying, DayZ is full of clicks, unfortunately. It's really, really sad. I kind of tapped in on it a while back with how well the 14 Days event went with the Spanish-speaking community. That was amazing to see. The English-speaking community couldn't organise a route in a brothel with a fistful of hundreds.
That's gold.
The NPC, you're talking about this being the podcast. This isn't the podcast.
No,
That's not how he normally shows the content.
It's just chatting. Just chatting.
Yeah,
anything, talk about anything relevant to it.
This is just an open mic night, for want of a better way to put it.
Ear licking and ASMR.
I think about 5 people just threw up in their mouth then.
Like a few people just Google search Voidy73 OnlyFans.
But yeah, it is sad. What's your take on a PC Bandit?
It's my take that every community out there, I say every community, even the good ones, have become too serious in how they conduct themselves lately. I'm seeing communities break apart because they think that their version of DayZ is the right way forward. And even in the community that I've been managing, like Hawthorne server, I've been seeing the players, how they expect that their way of DayZ should be the only way ahead. And anyone else who disagrees, it's going to be all-out war.
It's a hard.
What does this DayZ community become to?
I have my style of DayZ, which is generally more hardcore, BDSM almost. But I like to think that I'm open enough that I understand that there are other ways to play the game. Look at my co-hosts, Mark's in particular. He generally plays a completely different style to me. He's more of a PvP high loot sort of server. That's all about combat. But I love the fact that he's on the podcast now, because that's the overwhelming majority like to play that way. But there's so many different ways to play, and people need to calm down. It was good when we had Ray on, and he had that little whiteboard that he had, about the different types of people behind the scenes in DayZ, elitists and all the rest of it. And yeah, some people do need to take a chill pill. You bang on the money, Bandit.
Yeah. What else? What else is there? This is touching more on the streaming community. I've seen some of the best examples of streaming communities and some of the worst examples. I've seen people coming around behind Lax, who's going through some tough times, as we all know already. They've shown themselves that they're able to even just be there for Lax, even past the whole DayZ content. That shows the true friendships that we've created, just being all together. But then in any other cases, we've seen DayZ streamers who have burnt out from DayZ for many reasons. They are, how can I say, there's a stigma they're kind of put to the side. They're ghosted. It's almost like they're shadow banned from the community per se. I'm not going to list streamers because I need to prove it all that jazz, but I'm seeing there is a big toxic nature behind DayZ and DayZ streamers. The stream sniping, the stream simping, if I may say so.
Yes.
It's disgusting. I get to see more of it as a moderator, and I would be honoured to have open discussions with other channel moderators who see the similar thing or have opposing opinions on that matter.
There's some good channels where they pretty much, the Running Man in particular, I'll mention him. He does not like talking about other streamers in his channel. Even if he doesn't think highly of them, he will try to, as much as possible, avoid it. I know he got involved in that bit of a shit fight with Minder. But I've
sorted it out quick.
And unfortunately it went public. It should have been sorted out behind the scenes. But I totally get what you mean. There are cliques of people. I know I'm on the outer with a lot of people. They don't like me, and I understand why. I was a bit of a dickhead in my past. I'm trying to move past that. I'm trying to be less contentious and more inclusive and more, middle of the road, as much as someone as brash and obnoxious as I can be. But yeah.
I think Bandit, like I said to you before you became admin, I said it'll either be a good thing or it'll break you, because being in the community and dealing with the crap in the community is one thing. Being in an admin position or a server owner position and then dealing with that side, then the really bad shit behind the scenes with players and whatever, and then the infighting between other admins or whatever, it becomes a job rather than a hobby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People forgot to treat DayZ as fun. People have
Exactly.
made lives, and
It's
you see all the betrayals.
I talk about this a lot. That and forget about just about it being DayZ, but Twitter is a great example of. It's a cesspool, and it's easy to find yourself going down rabbit holes, but always try to make sure that you've got things. The majority of your time is spent focusing on things you enjoy in life. If you're finding that you think negatively about something, maybe it's time to either step away from it or review how much time you're spending on it, because we game for enjoyment, and some people. When you get that invested, and DayZ is a game which you can really get invested on, particularly on these faction servers, where I've been down that avenue myself on DayZ Down Under, started the faction myself, the Northwest Traders, and it started becoming, the negativity between some of the factions was starting to cross over into IRL. So I haven't been involved in faction stuff since. Because I game for a laugh. I game to enjoy myself.
That's a good point that you just made. That spilling over into real life.
Yeah.
I left DayZ not that long ago after all that hoo-ha that you know about, because I was getting threatened in real life.
Yep.
And that was only because of shit that had nothing to do with me, and then I had to prove myself that it was nothing to do with me. And that's really odd, like to be so toxic in a game that the game gets to you mentally that you want to go out to someone's house and belt them.
I've seen people doxed.
Well, Lizard got
comments.
doxed.
Yeah.
Lizard got doxed because I said to him when I left admin, I said, it's just ridiculous. He got doxed from one of the other admins who ended up getting booted. And he was getting phone calls all the time, and it got pretty bad for a bit there. But yeah, it's messed
some
up.
have let it turn into a sickness. Honestly, it's their DayZ characters become their life sort of thing. It's almost replaced their real personality. And then I dare say that's happened with me. I've lost count the amount of things I haven't done. I've stopped doing since doing DayZ. I've become so obsessed with it, and
and we're going to be talking more about this on the weekend when we have Lax Hawthorne on. DayZ is a huge game for addiction. It is a game you've got to be very careful with. Now that's all right. The NPC is me. But you've got to be very careful with DayZ. You can easily find yourself getting down a rabbit hole of it beginning to obsess, because it's not a game that you can just fire up for 20, 30 minutes easily, have a short session and then jump off and feel satisfied. DayZ needs hours. And if you're investing in a faction server where you're having to loot up as a faction, build a base as a faction, and then you come on and someone's, midnight raided you or offline raided you when you guys were all asleep at 2 a.m. in the morning, and a faction is, That's
a hard one to police. That I've played on a few servers that have raiding in certain time zones, and I'm not filling up my coffee. And while that's a good thing for the majority, you've got mixed servers. Like I was playing on US servers that caused the problem. It's a very hard one to manage, and I don't really know a way to fix that.
Like NPC as me is saying, anything is addictive. Some things more so. I think DayZ is a lot more addictive than some other games in the category. But yeah, you've got to be careful. And like I said at the beginning of the stream, it's why I didn't fire up on Tuesday, just in light of what's happened with Lax, which we'll talk more about on Saturday, Sunday with him. But it just made me take a step back and think about how much time I invest in DayZ. With the podcast and with the streams and just stuff I do behind the scenes and that as well. It's I
think
kind of addictive. Sorry, PC, go.
No, it's all right. I'll just quickly say I think the community needs to embrace more open discussions, even on hard topics, if we're even to make any headway, and like making DayZ even better. Just the whole community enjoying each other and appreciating each other for who they are. Because if we're always going to be uncomfortable to speak on the hard topics, we're never going to get anywhere. It's going to be a plastic, superficial existence. We're going to appreciate certain servers, idolize some servers, and the streamers that go onto there and know that's the only way to play DayZ. And anyone else who plays DayZ at their own way or mixes it up, they're going to be demonized or somehow not going with the flow, like a cult following, you know? I think we need to open our minds up a bit more to how we approach DayZ, or else it's going to be a shit show permanently.
Yeah, well, it has sort of gone more towards the military or COD style over the years. I mean, when I first started playing, back when Boydie first started streaming, there was such a wide variety of interactions. People would just do things because it was funny. And because exactly what you said, like, you're just playing the game, you're enjoying the game. I think DayZ differs in a lot of ways to other games because you do bring a lot of yourself in and invest yourself into interactions, into people that you play with. And when you get burnt, then that becomes a fire, you know? And
Exactly.
A lot of people go and use that and then against other people, and then that's where that toxicity comes in.
What do you think, Prestige? You've been pretty quiet there, mate. And T-Dog?
Oh, just listening. Like I've got some opinions that are very, very agreeable with some, and like some opinions that are a bit. I've got to be careful with what I say.
Say the truth.
But I do agree completely. This game has come a long way. It in terms of it's almost very arcadey compared to what it used to be. Like you may not walk down a red stilted and break your legs now, but like it has, I don't know, in some aspects, yeah, a lot of interaction is gone. And I feel like maybe some people do take grudges from the game into the real world, and that has caused that mentality where it's just like, fuck this, fuck them, and they don't want to take a chance. It's, don't know. I could rant for hours.
T-Dog, what about you, mate? You're muted, mate. That must be AFK. But yeah, no, it's we really do need to see a bit more positivity. Let's focus on what makes this game so fucking awesome, and the clickiness, and you know, I've seen people mention Day One a couple of times. I've kind of avoided Day One servers, and it's not because I don't like them. Smoke is fucking amazing, but it just seems that there's a bit of a click around the Day One servers.
They made the best servers. That's the problem. I dare say that they made the best servers alongside Karma Crew. The problem with that, you have the best servers, it attracts everyone. I mean, everyone. The famous streamers, the not so famous streamers that are trying to grow, and then your players trying to meet the streamers, and you've got your players who are just trying to do their thing, not even knowing there's such thing as streamers. And then they all clash, and then it's a clash of ideals. And and then without any proper way to process it all, I dare say that it has become a not so ideal situation. I mean, I've been on the DayZ launcher. Do I play on the Day One? Do I play on it? And I'm on there for 15 minutes, and then I just turn it off because I realise what it can involve. And it's too difficult. I've seen friends who have literally burnt out to an extent where they just uninstall DayZ, not because that it's too hard for them, but they know that it's too much of a heartache with the interactions and toxic interactions and toxic communities.
That's what's happened with my group. My group has dwindled from like 5 to 2 that were like on majority of the time because of that. They're just, that's I know what it's like.
Yeah, it's. I miss the old. I will say, I loved 1SK back in the day where everything was PvP. I enjoyed the early days of PvP when I started DayZ. The interactions were gold. I really miss those days. I wish not. It's not one of those things where I wish I didn't play on day one, because trust me, I had some of the best days on day one Livonia. I felt like things were simpler in a sense until like things became a shit show with bases and whatnot. I wish people would lighten the fuck up, because some of the best fun you can have is interactions, and not forced interactions, but where you can actually enjoy it. You can be yourself.
I'm the only guy left playing DayZ. Out of the people I used to play with way back when I first started playing.
Really?
They've all moved on. Charlie DayZ. I know.
I was going to say Charlie. He gave up a long time ago.
Mm-hmm. I know Norrie started dabbling back in it again recently, but he's playing with a new bunch of people now on a different server than I usually play on. But Vanguard doesn't even have a gaming computer anymore. Vigilante Gamer doesn't play anymore.
He just put out a new video.
Yes. Yes, very excited about that. He sent it through to me to have a look at it beforehand. I told him I loved it, but he actually took out that little electrical zap sound at the beginning, and I said, please add it back. That sound, that makes me know I'm watching a Vigilante video. He goes, you sure it's not distracting? And I said, fuck no. That little zzz, zzz of your logo is gold. But it's great seeing him come back, but he's not actually playing. He's just doing reviews on commentary. And I said to him, that's perfect for you though, mate. There's very few people who have the tactical understanding of a DayZ battlefield like you. Even after all these years, you've got a knack for it. But it's a sad sort of thing that, communities seem to reach a point where it almost implodes on itself. Like DayZ Down Under came close, and they implemented basically there's a no discussion about events in the server in the Discord. The Discord is purely there as an administrative tool to assist people with either finding players or any technical issues they may have, and just talking about off-topic stuff. Nothing to do with actual events in the server. It's like a strict rule that they have, and that has worked so well for them. Another community that's been around for fucking ever is DayZ Underground. And they're almost like the opposite. They're Discord, and they've even got their own Reddit. They have managed, and they've had some crises.
I think if you get rid of the in-game chat, get rid of it, and get rid of general chats and stuff, and Discord's only for tickets and admin, and maybe even the what do you call it, requests, that sort of thing. Because I found that in my time that the majority of toxicity comes from that. So from chat. I mean, you might meet someone that's toxic, but it'll come from chat. It'll be spammed in chat. Then other people get the shits. Then it goes into the Discord, and then you have big discussions in Discord about what happened. I reckon if you got rid of those two things, your server would be way better.
What does it say? What does it say that someone would have to speak of their experience in game because it brought them down that much? And how much of a spoiling experience would that person have to feel to want to have to talk about it on the server or in-game chat? Where server owners need to think, what do they want to be doing by allowing such discussions to happen outside of the game? Because once you brought it into Discord, it's outside of the game. And how many dramas have you seen between streamers, especially when something like that has happened outside of the game? I feel like the whole purpose of Discord chatting about server events, maybe it's to encourage talk about it, but it's all talk is that it's negative about it. It never seems to imply a good experience. Only just the rare experience of people saying it's nice to meet you. Those are the golden times. But
yeah, I agree actually. Because of all the Discord channels that I've got, very few have a general chat that's positive. or if they don't have a general chat, whatever the chat it is, the server specific, whatever. The only ones that have positive stuff are roleplay, and of course the roleplay community is very small.
They're marginalised. They're marginalised.
Yeah. Oh, well, you look down on if you say you like roleplay.
Exactly.
I actually quite like roleplay to an extent. I don't like forced roleplay. I don't like the idea of permadeath. It doesn't make sense to me because on one of the servers at the moment, they're trying to implement a permadeath, so you have to even forget you have a base.
That's so hard.
Oh, wow.
I know, and that's the thing. Like, I get the idea. I do get the idea. Like, oh, there'll be all these bases just randomly because people have died and their half-built bases are still there, and you could take it over and whatever. But we're not. We are people. We have memories. To force you to forget about your memories is just like I was saying about the admin side. It's impossible. So I get the idea. I think it's a stretch. But yeah, roleplay is good. Oh, it's the True Survival. They're having a conversation about it at the moment.
Yep.
I don't know whether they'll end up. Well, currently, the way it's written is exactly that. You have to forget it, but you can't forget it, and then that becomes an admin issue because then the admins have to go around and make sure you're forgetting it. Yeah, I think it's just pushing the roleplay too far.
Sit there and watch the doors to make sure you don't go in there and remember the codes and go get that 50 cal rifle that you left in there, or
I don't. Yeah, that's taking it too far. I mean, if you could wipe whatever the character's done, if you could have it tied to you dying, so you die, whatever your character has is gone, then that would be different.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Hello?
We have been joined by the Click Legend himself.
Am I audible? Hello?
You are.
Yes, you are. And I've got a complaint, Don.
Yeah, good. Here we go.
Yeah, I've got a complaint.
Yeah.
I joined your stream.
Get a ticket. Go on. Yeah.
I joined your stream, and I said hello, and you didn't reply, and then I realised it was on a loop. You bastard!
Was that the most boring game in the world? Stream?
I come to give it a lol.
Click.
I had to sit there for 5 minutes recording that loop.
That's gold. I think that's perfect. There's an example of someone who's actually willing to do anything to try new content, and just for the viewers, and is not caring about anyone.
It's a troll. I love it. I absolutely love it.
I actually sent Don a message just making sure that he was okay. that this wasn't fueled by him having a brain dump or something IRL, and but it is first class, high tier trolling, mate. You are on fire at the moment.
I love the comments, man. I love the comments.
That's the only reason I do it.
But it's sad though. We were just talking about this before. It is sad that people have this inability to take them, consider other people. It's all about them, Yeah. I want. If you don't give me your shit.
Yeah, this is exactly right. And this is like, I jumped in the stream earlier, Boydie, and you said to jump in. You're talking about the mental health and all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
And I would have jumped in at that point. I had something to do, but what you're saying there, Sentinel, you were talking just then, weren't you?
Yes.
Yeah, if you're not playing the game that they want you to play, come back. Let me know when you're playing DayZ.
Yeah,
unfollowing, unsubbing. You know what I mean?
Such a cult following. It's such a cult following.
Who are you to say what to dictate what I do? Or anyone does? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's this society now is. It's all about you.
Oh yeah.
Everything is about you, and if you're not a part of it, there's
Yep.
I get frustrated with other people. Like I'll be watching someone's stream, and then someone will post some crap, and you're like, why even here? If you don't want to be here, why would you go to the effort to commenting?
Yeah, exactly.
Uncle
Right,
Ray Ray's
why?
a good one at pointing those things out too.
Yeah.
You're betraying the community by placing out your unique content. You hear that, Don? You're betraying everyone.
Oh.
You are not allowed to do anything
dare
other
you,
than
Don
DayZ. You
Sibley.
have a contract. You have a contract, and you are obliged. You owe the DayZ community. You hear me, pal? You
when I
owe
play
us.
Scum. People are like, why are you playing Scum? You're a DayZ streamer. No, I'm a streamer. Yes, I'm mostly known. I'm wearing a DayZ cap, I'm wearing a DayZ shirt. I love DayZ, but does that mean I can't like another game that's similar to DayZ? Fuck no.
Actually,
It's different if it's your earning though. If it's your job, like for example, who's doing it for a job? Bandit.
Oh, Lax Hawthorne.
Lax.
Yeah.
Oh, Hod's doing it. So he plays a crap game I can't stand. Never watch his streams when he's doing it, but I play with him on DayZ. So he goes and does Ark. Yeah, he smashes out Ark because that's what pays his bills, and then he comes and plays DayZ to cool off.
Mm.
But when he plays DayZ, he loses his viewership, and then people complain and say, "Why are you playing DayZ?"
Yeah.
When you going back to Ark, that's
not a great position to be in.
It's a real attitude.
It kind of is, kind of isn't.
It's good. I mean, it's good for the fact that it's your. I mean, I don't go to work and go, "Hey, I love my job," So it's a job. As long as you treat it as a job, that's fine. But
It's
player
something,
base
it's
should
something
still
you've got to be
respect.
aware of when you are starting off. That there's every chance you're going to become pigeonholed as a certain type of streamer. Like I worry for Lax now. How's he going to go with his IRL stuff? Is his audience still going to follow him? I think a good portion of them will, but there'll be people who just not interested. He's not playing DayZ. I like Lax when he plays DayZ. So, it's part of what we were talking before about the mental health issues associated with being a content creator, a streamer in particular. Dabbling in another game when you're known for a game, it's a massive, massive, massive thing you need to consider. What's my audience going to do? And in the video that I shared earlier from Devin Nash, where he talks about it, one of the things with live streaming, as opposed to doing a YouTube video. Now, you can do a YouTube video and you can just choose to totally ignore the comments. You don't have to go and look at the comments. You can turn off notifications so you won't get notifications that people are leaving comments on your video. But when you're live streaming, the chat is live. The chat is pretty much unfiltered. And Don has taken snippets of people in the chat live chatting to you, haven't you? Where they're like, "What the fuck are you doing? What is this shit? Are you fucking cooked or something?" And
I see that.
Regardless of how mentally strong you are, people, at the end of the day, we're little beings made up of cells and chemicals and everything like that. And a lot of negativity will have an effect on you psychologically. Regardless of how well it's bouncing off of you, it's still going to impact on you and cause chemical reactions inside your brain and so on, which will put you into a state of depression or anxiety and things like that, whether you are aware of it or not. And that's one of the risks involved in streaming. And by going and doing something challenging, like changing games and having people saying, "What the fuck are you doing? Why are you doing this? I don't want to see you play this game." It's negative and it impacts on you. And it's one of the things that's unique to being a streamer as opposed to a YouTuber.
Yeah. Couldn't have said it better.
Couldn't deal with it, to be honest. That's why I'd never do it.
Yeah.
I had a hard enough time as admin that, to deal with it on a daily, while you're actually doing it would just get to me too much.
It would be really cool. Go on.
So, you can get these comments. You just laugh them off. Like, "Oh, look at this idiot! Read this idiot!" But if gets you on a bad day, it can just straw breaks the camel back, or bring you down that little bit further, kind of thing. I suppose as well.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
That's with so much too.
DayZ is such a cult following game. I love it. It's a love-hate relationship, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
It's like you want to be punished by it. It's like you want to be punished. People play the game knowing how toxic people can be still, and it's one of those games that you're willing to keep coming back to. I guess a lot of people could say the same for Fortnite. A lot of people can say the same for Call of Duty.
Yep.
I don't know. DayZ is the game that has been and will be the most dynamic survival and toxic-inducing game, and it'll stay that way.
What you just said though about like Call of Duty and that's expected. You know,
Yeah.
like it's a fast-paced smash 'em. Those sort of games, you expect to cop, crap when you kill someone or whatever,
Good old
and it's
Modern
part of
Warfare
the
lobbies. Oh my god, they were a thing of
yeah.
beauty.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas DayZ, you're beginning to expect it, but there is still a lot of positive and a lot of fun to be had.
You look at Stimpy's videos in Rust. I just watched his last one when he killed people. He even put a tweet out where he showcased some of the highlights of some of the most toxic things. I ended up replying to it and saying, these people are just lazy. These people, they get killed, they get outplayed, and they just throw in N-word, R-word, fucking P-word, all the usual homophobic slurs and all the rest of it. And it's like, I understand being upset and angry that someone just killed you, maybe just KOS'd you, but be a bit more creative. Come up with a decent insult instead of just using key offensive slurs.
Some class,
Yeah, it's just, oh my God, but they get so invested in it.
Yeah, but what's the reason for that? That's something that it's a demographic thing. I know that, and an age group, because when I was first playing games, you never had that sort of reaction. Like now, it's pretty common to see a video of someone smashing their computer screen. I'm like, why would you do that? Like that's your property that you've just paid for. Why would you get so mad at something to smash it?
Look at Wings of Redemption. There's videos out there of compilations of him destroying controllers when he dies in Call of Duty or something like that, and he throws it against the wall.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like it's advertised like it's cool.
I don't get it. It's it's important to talk about these things, but I like what Mello Walt said. If you're going to be an arsewipe, at least be an original one. Fuck yeah. But if you derailed my train of thought, I can't remember where I was going then. But he just try to focus on things that are more positive in your life. It's sad that so many people seem to almost get joy from being negative, It really does make me sad. It's why we try to focus more on the positive aspects of DayZ now on the podcast. But it is
the amount of
important
time the amount of energy that they put into being so toxic, they could be using that time to be putting in some useful advice on how the DayZ game could be better. They could be, instead of being so toxic and save themselves the heartache of being toxic in the process, actually just put in some useful advice.
No, be the change you want to see.
Change, that's sad. Nix is saying in chat there, had to take a break from DayZ after me and my girlfriend being the target of some toxic folks. And what were you saying, Prestige?
I was saying you got to be the change you want to see.
Yes.
Yeah, and if you start to feel yourself going down that road of wanting to be toxic because of how you feel, then you should take a break.
And listen to people around you. Listen to people around you. If someone's saying to you, I had people say to me, Boydie, countless times, Boydie, you need to pull your head in. You're being a bit too gobby and all the rest of it. It took a while, but I did listen. Unfortunately, some people will always view me as the Twitter troll and the toxic idiot on Twitter. But I like to think I've moved past that and trying to be more positive about the game and the community.
I wasn't even on Twitter with all that stuff. I never understood the context. I only joined Twitter a few years ago.
Yeah. I know some of this is even last year and that with me.
Would it be sadistic to say that I want to be creating a Twitter drama just for shits and giggles? I think that might be a bit sadistic.
I
want to be the one to be the change. Oh no, that was pineapple on pizza. That was a bit of a drama there, but I want to create a real hard hitting drama. Something like
and Nixus, that sort of stuff is so fucking wrong, man. There's a female streamer by the name of Kiwo that I know. And she's at the point where she's had to stop streaming because people are stalking her IRL. She's never done an official face reveal. There are photos of her getting around because some men, unfortunately, just can't keep their dick in their fucking pants.
Yeah, but throw the book at him.
So the part of the issue there is, have you guys heard of a chick by the name of Sweet Anita?
No.
Okay, Sweet Anita is a very attractive young girl who has Tourette's syndrome.
Yes, I do know her,
I
yeah.
mean, full-on Tourette's. She will just say some of the most fucked up shit.
She's hilarious.
It is, and she's a massively successful streamer because people, enjoy watching it. She's hilarious. She's funny to watch. But she just can't help herself. She's got physical tics. She's got verbal tics. But she has got stalkers. She has got people stalking her IRL. And she has revealed who she is. She streams with a webcam. Kiwo, on the other hand, has never streamed with a webcam. She's always been this anonymous person. She was big back in the days, early days of DayZ Standalone. And she's one of the biggest female streamers on Twitch. But it's got to the point now where, because she talked a bit about her life, people have managed to track her down and they take photos of her in bars and clubs and things like that. So now she's at the point of having to deal with the authorities. But yeah, as a female, like when we had Baddie Mode on, I understand the stuff they go through. But I was chatting about this the other day with someone. The thing that it's hard for us as men to understand is, as a female, they're like Don, just say you had a stalker. Someone became obsessed with you and they found out where you lived. In the back of your mind, you're still going to be fairly confident. I've got at least a good 50% on average chance of being able to protect myself from whoever this person is. Because I'm another male, and you look like you're in relatively good shape. You look like you're a fairly tall fella as well. So you've got on average, most guys have got a 50% chance of being able to hold their own, provided the other person doesn't have a weapon or something like that. Those odds are massively different when you're a female. They probably got on average a 5% chance of being able to hold their own against a male who decides he wants to physically hurt them. And that's something that they live with every day of their life. And then when they jump into a video game and they get surrounded by a bunch of fucking little morons making sex noises and moaning and saying vulgar, vile stuff to them, that's stuff
extremely uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's stuff that
they get away with it. They fucking get away with it.
Yeah,
IRL.
It depends on the server. Like, I used to go and tell people to shut the fuck up or I'll kick him.
Yeah,
I have zero tolerance for that sort of. Yeah, I know, but
they keep doing it. They get away with it. Like, where's the authorities protecting them?
What about if they're on a public server? What about if they're on a public server? There's no one there. There's no one there.
No,
to
that's
do
right.
it.
Yeah.
Unless they record it, manage to physically, get hurt by the person, so that it tracks a GUID in some way, shape, or form. There's nothing they can do. And yes,
or make a bit of noise about it.
Yeah. Yes, they can go and play on community servers, but that's just another imposition that unfortunately women have to deal with when it comes to online gaming. I don't get the behaviour of some young, mostly young, not all young. There are some older guys who need to have, here's another one for you. What is up with all the guys liking the photos on Twitter of the scantily clad chicks advertising their OnlyFans and all the rest of it? I understand there's nothing wrong with looking at a chick and going, gee, she's a bit of all right, but clicking like and retweeting and thirsty boy
They're
comments.
Simps. They're fucking simps.
Yeah, and it's because they can.
If they can, that's allowed.
Plus, the other aspect of it as well is, we all know that most men probably either are or have watched porn at some stage in their life.
What's that?
Never. No, don't we?
Yeah, of course, fellas.
Is that like the chess piece?
But advertising the fact to probably when you're following other women as well, it takes a special kind of stupid to sit there and read a Penthouse magazine or a Playboy magazine on a bus surrounded by other people. Well, clicking like on the latest Thoughts Twitter account is basically you saying, "Hey, I'm watching porn" to everyone. There are some things that should just be kept between you and your computer. You don't need to advertise the fact. Have a joke about it every now and then, but just don't advertise the fact that you're, a horny little bastard.
Don't go horny on Maine. There you go.
We live in such an entitled world now where everyone needs to have that sense of entitlement and that, and they need to either feel like they have to fit in or they need to be that person that's different so they're noticed.
Yes, yes, Prestige. Especially if you are a white male, you're one of the most vilified people on the face of the earth now, and white people in general, but young white males in particular, you are nothing in today's society unless you find yourself a certain sort of clique that you can identify with.
Yeah. Have you guys seen Bo Burnham's Inside?
No.
Worth a watch. It talks about sort of that kind of white privilege and the age of the internet and all that kind of stuff.
Got a link?
And how it's on Netflix. But
okay, I've got Netflix. I'll check that out. Bo Burnham's Inside.
Inside, yeah. It's like he's a comedian. It's like he made it while he was in lockdown. And so it's all in like one room. And
actually, my partner watched that.
Yeah, just talks about do we need to hear everybody's opinion on every single thing all the time and all that kind of stuff, and it sort of ties into just that stuff we're just sort of going over. But well worth a watch over the weekend or whatever.
Yep.
I try real hard to keep my opinions to myself, and sometimes it's hard. Sometimes
I think it. Sorry.
No, you go.
I was just going to say, I don't think you should keep your opinions to yourself. No. Like, an opinion's an opinion. That's exactly what it is. It's your opinion. There's nothing wrong with having an opinion.
Unfortunately,
it's the fact that
unfortunately, some people can't see past one issue. I recently got into a bit of a stoush on Twitter with someone, and they've unfollowed me and told me to unfollow them. And I replied to them and said, "I'm not going to unfollow you. We disagree on something." And it was about Afghani refugees. We disagree on something about it, but that does not define who you are. That does not define who I am. We both have many other things in common, but this person couldn't see past this one issue and was like, and unfollowed. He didn't block me, just unfollowed me. And I was like, okay, fair enough. So be it. You do you, but unfortunately some people will shout you down, and I got called vile by someone. I got called a vile individual. I was told that I was raised by a hateful person. My nana was blacker than I am, and she was a single Roman Catholic woman who raised a child out of wedlock back in the 1940s. She went through a lot of fucking discrimination as part of her life. Yet they made a stupid assumption and figured I'd been raised by some redneck racist fucking old woman. There are people now who just want to shout you down because you have wrong think.
Oh yeah, I agree. That's why I try not to say stuff.
Whereas I've given up. I've given up on. I'm trying to keep my two Twitter accounts separate, my Boydie73 one and the podcast one. But I've given up. I'm just going to speak my mind within reason. But I'm going to speak my mind, and I've been disagreeing with a lot of people talking about COVID vaccines. I'm reluctant to get the COVID vaccine. There is a COVID vaccine I'm looking at. It's one being developed by the University of Queensland here in Australia. But
Movax?
No, not Movax.
No, That one's going overseas, that one.
Yeah, this one's the UQ vaccine is the one that got cancelled because it was giving false positive for HIV. And the fact, because they were using I can't remember the name of the word for it, but they were using a part of the virus to lock in the COVID virus. So it wasn't actually HIV virus; it was just a single part of it. But because it was in there, HIV testing was giving false positives. So they scrapped it. They scrapped the whole vaccine and they started again. And to me, that was great. You guys are prepared to walk away from what was apparently a functioning vaccine and with a 90% efficacy rate and restart. I like that idea. I really do like that idea. G'day, Rufu. How you doing, buddy?
I'm going to get the popcorn ready. Rufus just joined the call.
But it's a case of I've been shouted down as being an anti-vaxxer. I've been shouted down, and it's like, no, man. I went overseas a few years back to China, Mongolia, and Russia, and the first thing me and the young fella did, the missus, long story, but she didn't get it because she reckoned it was going to be too expensive. But she made Griffin and I both get vaccinated for diseases that you don't even have here in Australia. But this time around, I'm not 100% on board with it. But people will shout me down and call me a right-wing wacko nut job just because I'm hesitant to get the vaccine. And I've had people actually reach out to me via DMs, big-name people as well, and say, Boydie, I agree with you, and I'm too scared to say anything. And like you said, I think it was Bandit or Sentinel. No, it was you, Sentinel. Sometimes if more people did speak their minds, this vocal minority, in my opinion, people would know that there are more people like them who agree. I was chatting with a mate of mine who's a copper the other day, and he was talking about all the protests and riots that are starting to happen around the lockdowns here in Australia. And he said he couldn't understand why it was getting to the point where the police was clashing with them. And I said, look at it from their perspective. You've got people who, for the most part, yeah, sure, there's going to be a few extremist nut jobs in amongst that crowd, and they're probably trying to egg it on, the same as we saw in America with the Capitol Hill riots. But for the most part, you've got fairly middle of the road and, maybe, slightly leaning one way or the other. Normal people who are getting frustrated with the fact that they voice their opinion on Twitter. Twitter either delists them or puts fact-check bloody things against them. You've got Facebook, which delists them or does the same. YouTube, which removes videos, cancels channels. People are starting to realise that if you think, if you don't agree with the majority opinion, you are being suppressed. And now the only option left for people who are anti-lockdown, for the example that we were talking about, social credit scores are coming. But if you are one of those people, the only way you can do something now is to gather in numbers together. And then when the police turn up, especially when it's riot squads and things like that, to them, it's like Mark said, it's a tinfoil hat moment. See, the government is trying to shut us down. And all these conspiracies that the likes of an Alex Jones and all the rest of them are pushing to people, they start to believe that it's actually true. And then we end up with shit like what happened at Capitol Hill.
Freedom of speech is being stifled by fear of retribution, and people, and only a certain elements of people are asking the true questions that need to be asked. The government has not been transparent completely, and if only the government was more transparent with why they're making things, doing certain things, and being honest. With the maybe how the COVID's been, how it's all been spreading, maybe then people will be a bit more comforted. But should we just say for a second that we're all fighting amongst ourselves with this when really we weren't protected from it in the first place? We didn't even know how spread it was until it actually spread to our countries, and even then, people were sitting on their fingers still.
Yeah.
And now we're all fighting each other on the solution. This is 21st century, for crying out loud. We have all the technology to protect ourselves. We just fucked ourselves by not acting sooner and being hard on it. We're being hard now when we should have been hard at the first. We would have respected the government more for being hard to protect us. Now we've wallowing in our bloody dirt and our mud now.
What were you going to say, Rufu? No, I'll let Rufu go. He's just joined us. What were you going to say, mate?
I was just going to say good day to everyone. I'm going to be respectful of everyone's comments, and I'm not going to make it into a huge argument. I'm going to come a little bit from the other side. Give a little bit of perspective. What you're saying is completely right about the riot squad and like why people are reacting. Do people have a right to be hesitant about the vaccine? Yeah, 100%. It is pretty rushed out. There is a bit of scientific data behind it, but is it rushed out? Most of them? Yeah. Do we kind of need it? Yeah. Like I was in hospital a few weeks ago for something unrelated, but my housemate's in hospital at the moment with COVID, and he's been pretty sick, and I've been in isolation the last 14 days. And while I was in hospital the other day, someone did die because of COVID right next to me about 2 rooms over.
Damn.
In ICU. So I've seen it firsthand. The virus, and I'm not trying to get too political here, but the virus is real. People fear about there's two types of people within the tinfoil hat range that the media calls tinfoil hat range, which is the people that don't believe the virus is real, and then the people that are hesitant about the vaccine.
Yeah.
And within those two realms, there's people that are just fucking nutcases.
But unfortunately, the popular opinion of a lot of mainstream media is if you're just a bit hesitant, sorry, no, you're a full extreme anti-COVID sort of person. It's such a fucking complex matter, Rufu. You're bang on the money, mate.
Mate, like, honestly, I've got enough health conditions to list off, mate. Like, I'm literally a fucking walking ICU patient at this point, both mentally and fucking medically. So I can tell you this. I was hesitant. I've got a very minor heart condition, but
I do have to go. I'm going to jump into AFK.
Right, mate.
Okay,
see you later.
No worries, mate.
I got the vaccine. It made me feel like shit. I'm personally pro-vaccine, but I can understand why other people don't want to get it.
See, you saying that it made you feel like shit, that is another one of the things that it has me worried, to be honest. In that, like I said, I was in the army. I got stuck for fucking diseases that most of you have probably never fucking heard of. And then when I got vaccinated for the big holiday we all went on, again, diseases that I'd probably never heard of. And I've never heard of a vaccine giving people reactions like this one does. It's another thing of why I'm hesitant. It worries me. It's like,
I'll put it this way. Every vaccine, for me, the reason I got sick is because of an immune disorder.
Yep.
My immune system fucking, like, I got a fucking shot the other day for Tetris. 4 weeks later, I got a blood test. The blood test showed for Tetris, like, the normal level of antibodies for the Tetris shot is supposed to be somewhere in the range of about 10. Mine was closer to 400. So that's why my body has an adverse reaction every time. Did it kill me? No. Did I feel like shit for 3 days? Yeah.
Yep.
But did it save me probably from getting COVID? Because I've been 14 days with one false.
Well, the housemate has got it as well.
Yeah. And I was in extreme close contact with him, and I avoided it. I don't have it. I had one false indicator so far with the testing, but that was a contaminated sample apparently. So I've avoided COVID completely. But it just comes down to, like, you have to weigh up your options. Is it worth me getting? Is it going to harm me more than it protects me? Is the vaccine... do I believe that the vaccine will protect others? Or do I reckon that it's just it's not going to do anything and it's just a fucking lie? Like, that's the things you got to weigh up. For me, I work in hospitality. I'm in complete close contact with a hell of a lot of people in a club, so I have to get vaccinated. But, like, if you're, at home or you don't particularly need one, you're not high risk, it gives you a bit more time to weigh up the options and maybe wait for the next.
That's the situation I'm in. I spend pretty much 99% of my time at home, and the only time I go out is when I'm going out to go shopping or I've got an appointment. Other than that, I'm a homebody. I don't work. I'm on a military pension, so I'm just waiting to find out more about it, and I'm always looking into it. I'm always looking at stuff. Like I said, I found a vaccine that I've got faith in, and that's the UQ one. But part of my problem as well, guys, is I've watched too many things. It's a bit of a rabbit hole that I am down. But has anyone seen the movie The Big Short?
No.
Heard of it? I haven't seen it.
If you have not watched The Big Short, you need to watch it. It's the story behind the global financial crisis. And then there's a series on Netflix called Rotten and Dirty Money. And I am down a rabbit hole. I struggle to place trust in government and big business. And Pfizer, for example, just go and have a look at Pfizer's Wikipedia page and look at how many times they've been done for basically. Fuck it. Let's just not talk about it. Let's open it up. New window.
This is the issue with big pharma. Like, I don't like big pharma at all.
No.
It's money. It's about money. That's why we didn't have Pfizer here. That's why we can't make Pfizer here, because it's about money, which to me is ridiculous. I'm in the same case as you, Roo, and medicine should be there to help people, not to make money on. It gives me the shits.
Yes, and because there is money to be made, there is the potential for legal issues. So, illegal marketing of gabapentin, legal marketing of Bextra, termination of Peter Ross, illegal marketing of Rapamune, legal marketing, Quickly Company asbestos, Shirley defective heart valves.
They're still operating.
Firing of employee that filed suit, Celebrex, intellectual property, another lawsuit.
What about the law?
And also, another thing as well, people say, trust the science. And something that I've gone to. Anyone ever seen these before?
Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes.
More doctors recommend Luckies. More doctors recommend Marlboro. More doctors smoke Camels than any other
They used to
cigarette.
give him cocaine. Man.
Science is constantly evolving. And one thing you've always got to be careful of is when people say you're wrong because you're questioning something. No. Yes, they may be wrong, but science only evolves because people question it. Has anyone ever heard of thalidomide?
Was that the health minister on the bottom right-hand corner? Smoke a fresh cigarette?
Probably.
Is that the health minister? That's gold.
Thalidomide is a drug that was marketed as a sedative and treatment for morning sickness in pregnant women in the late 50s and early 60s. The drug subsequently caused babies to be born with a range of disabilities.
I remember that.
And then you've got what's the DDT, the pesticide. There's so many examples. And yes, Marks, you are bang on the money. A lot of that stuff was from the 70s. People didn't know what they were doing in the 70s. Now, you go back to the 1970s, and I guarantee you, in the 1970s, people thought that they were so smart and so much more evolved than they were 20 years, 30 years, 40 years beforehand. In 20, 30, 40 years from now, people are going to be looking at the time that they live in and go, can you believe they thought that back in 2020?
Of course, but that's why medicine and everything improves.
But when there is a motivation for money, like you were saying beforehand, I struggle to believe that they are acting purely in the best interests of mankind. When there is money to be made, and let's face it, there are billions of dollars on the line with COVID to have these vaccines. And be the first ones to have them out. And now, it's not just being vaccinated. They're talking about booster shots. You're going to be needing booster shots just like the flu every year. There is a lot of money in this. And what's going to come out in the wash later on that they knew about that they never disclosed?
And they'll just blame it on something just to get away with it. As usual.
They're already saying, that there's basically immunity for a lot of these corporations, that they're acting in the interests of the public and all the rest of it. I'm sorry, again, that's one of the reasons why I like the UQ vaccine, because they don't have a big pharma per se behind them, pushing them to get one out to make lots of money. That horse is already bolted. So now
they're still advertising and banging on the other ones to make them higher up so people would buy theirs.
Yeah.
It's still the same thing. If you know the science, if you understand the science behind it, you're in a better boat, I guess. I understand the science behind it, and that's why I got Pfizer, and I didn't want anything else. If there was another option like this new Australian one that's coming, no, not Moderna. Moderna is the same as Pfizer. Yeah, we're getting that. That's true. Yeah, I would have done it, but I'm too high a risk, and I also work in a school, so I've got no bloody choice. I believe in the science. I don't believe everything behind the scenes. I don't believe our government is doing something deliberately. I mean, it doesn't make sense. You think about this. This is what I have arguments with anti-vaxxers about. They're like, the government's doing this on purpose. It's not real. The government's not going to put themselves in a position where they're not going to get voted back in because they're unpopular. They're not going to lose money, lose tons of money in industry, etc., to push one thing. It doesn't make any sense. But yes.
Look at it this point of view, Boydie and Donnie. I wouldn't go too far down the fucking rabbit hole, mate, because you'll turn into the DayZ fucking conspiracy theorist that I am. I'm literally fucking a well-known crackhead within the DayZ community, but 9 out of 10 times I've been fucking right about a few things, and I'm not going to mention those on stream.
No, but I will compare you then to Alex Jones. Alex Jones is probably one of the most well-known crackheads, conspiracy theorists, but when you actually look into the guy, it's surprising how many times he was actually right. Unfortunately for him, and this is the danger, I watched a really good Joe Rogan podcast with Alex Jones. I don't watch Alex Jones. I think he's a fucking idiot, but I'm well aware of the fact that people like him exist for a reason. And he actually talked about the whole thing with Sandy Hook. And he said, unfortunately for him, he said, I'm kind of special. He thinks he's somewhere on the spectrum. And Alex Jones is definitely an act. A lot of that is an act. He's a smart businessman in that respect. But a lot of what he talks about is actually true. Were they making the frogs gay? Technically, no. But there was a chemical in the water that would react with the frogs and make the frogs change sexes. So he was hamming it up for sure for ratings and money and all the rest of it. But what he was saying was actually based in some fact. Were they working on human-animal hybrids? Yes, they were. The evidence has come out now that stuff's actually been getting done by science. But because we went down so far down the rabbit hole of conspiracies and all the rest of it, when Sandy Hook happened and all these accusations of actors and all the rest of it were coming out, he was willing to believe it and become the mouthpiece for Sandy Hook was fake, which we all know isn't true. Well, most people should know isn't true. But he allowed himself to go so far down that rabbit hole that people just discount him now.
It's like saying this, I'm more with, I think it was RF, what he was saying. I'm more on that side of the fence than what side of you, I kind of a little bit disagree with you. I respect your opinion, but I don't necessarily agree with some of what you're saying. But the thing is, we're having a civil discussion here, so it's not going to turn into a massive argument about who's right.
No, we're having a good discussion. I'm enjoying this.
So, but just as long as we refer to Rufu as Alex Rufu Jones, it's all good. Keep going.
I banned it. Remember that one time you called me a fucking nutcase, and it turned out I was completely right about that one person in DayZ?
That's true. That is true.
Remember that.
Do go on.
But mate, the thing is, with anything, especially vaccines, it's new. People are scared of it. I'm personally leaning more towards vaccines than anything else because I've seen the effects. I've seen the positives that vaccine can do. Is there an element where our government is 100% fucking culpable, especially in New South Wales? Yup. Would we be in the situation in New South Wales we're in if Glad's fucking shut the borders and locked down Sydney earlier instead of letting it out, and now we're getting over 1,000 cases a day? Yup. Did ScoMo fuck up with the vaccines? Yup.
Mm-hmm.
But if you when you weigh the pros and
it's not ScoMo. It's that fella from down under.
Yeah, that fella from down under.
When you fucking weigh the pros and cons of the vaccine, personally for me, the pros outweigh the cons. But that's just my opinion. Everyone's free to make their own kind of assessment of the vaccine.
Exactly.
But all I will say is, going forward, it will be made harder for people who are unvaccinated to do things. Like my club especially, we're looking to, well, not me, but my club is looking to stop anyone who's unvaccinated getting in. Because look at it this way. If you run a club or a business, even a cafe, let's assume it's a pub, and someone's infected, you're going to have to close and clean. And that might be a 2-day process, or that might be a 30-day process. Sorry, a 14-day process. You have to shut. So you lose revenue then. Then you've got culpability if you let an unvaccinated person in for your staff. You can actually get fined for that shit in at least New South Wales. So you have to go look at it that way. So, like, it's just about weighing the rights and liberties of the individual against the greater good. Because, you know, if, for example, I was working and my workplace let unvaccinated people in and it caused a massive outbreak and I got extremely sick over it, I could probably sue the club, you know, because they put me at risk. So do you kind of get what I'm saying? Like, you have to kind of think both sides of the coin, where the rights of the individual are taken into account and the right of the greater good are also taken into account.
Mark just asked a question in chat, which is probably a good one to understand. Now, pretty much everyone in here is an Aussie. Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Except Roth, I think.
No, Australians don't exist. Australia doesn't exist.
We're
We're
that fake country. Now, Mark's asked, how's the COVID situation in your country? Like, we're coming out of lockdowns, but you guys seem to be going the other way. We are. And the question that a lot of us have here in Australia, it depends on, it does depend upon what part of the country you're in, but even said, I'm here in Queensland, and all we have to do at the moment is just walk around with a face mask on whenever we're inside a building or something like that. But we have closed our borders. Yeah, check-ins as well. Silly old check-ins. But our borders are closed to almost every other state. We are getting less cases than the UK and places like that are getting each day. They're talking about opening up finally, whereas we're still talking about, you know, potentially more lockdowns or a path out in the future. Look at New Zealand. They had one case and they locked down again. The cost of all these lockdowns to our economy is just insane.
It's shit. Like, honestly, it's shit. Like, I had a lockdown 3 weeks ago, and that was 7 days. 3 days out, like, we're already in New South Wales, we've got a lockdown. We can't leave our home unless we're exercising or we're fucking going out to get groceries or going to a doctor. It's only 3 reasons you can or getting vaccinated. The 4 reasons you can leave. 4 weeks ago now, there was a COVID case where I live. I got locked down for a week because of that. 3 days later, after I got out, this 14 days started because my housemate was positive. These lockdowns are unrealistic and they just end up hurting people in the long term. However, the modelling suggests that if there had been no lockdown, the effect would have been worse because the financial impact would have been a lot more people dying. And even after it all sorted itself out, it would have been a longer process. So it's either do you take a shorter period of pain with a harder impact, or a longer period but a softer impact.
Yeah, that's on that note. This is what people keep forgetting. The UK, Italy, they all got smashed.
Mm-hmm.
They had their hospitals fill up so much that people couldn't have normal surgeries, that sort of stuff. They were dying from normal things because they couldn't get help. We didn't have that problem, so we're all good. They could have, at that time, put in the infrastructure, put in the quarantine areas, upgraded the hospitals. They could have prepared us for the inevitable, because it's inevitable, and we would have been better off. I don't think that what they're doing is... obviously, it's causing a lot of harm. Like, there's personal harm. There's people committing suicide. I am in a different position. Every time there's a lockdown, I'm happy because I'm like, I don't have to go out into the workforce where people aren't following any of the rules, because in Victoria, for some reason, they don't get enforced. New South Wales, where my family is, they have to check in. They have to wear masks. You know, you get fined. Here...
Sorry.
So go.
I was going to say, just quickly, there's a fucking checkpoint and helicopters flying over my house at the moment. So, you know.
They're telling you to stay inside?
Sorry, Don?
Oh, the helicopters, are they telling you to stay inside?
No. It's not even like...
Get inside?
Mate, I can't leave the house. I've been here 15 days now. I'm starting to go fucking stir crazy. But the helicopters, they check where people are. It's basically like they just fly over and check with thermals. Like how many people
you just made me laugh. Like I'll quickly address the article I've got up at the moment. The skate parks in Victoria, where they put concrete bollards in to stop the kids from using them. Again, I talk about what cost, but one that got a bit of traction recently, especially overseas, with a lot of the don't tread on me sort of mentality people. South Australia COVID app. So South Australia is looking at an app that basically people will have to check in, and it's going to have a geolocation part of it that will prove that you are where you say you are. Now, everyone was going, just took straight away to Twitter and God knows where else, going on about how Australia is becoming this convict penal colony and all the rest of it.
Again,
Marx, this was a case of you had no choice in it, but it was sort of true and sort of not. What this was talking about was, we'll use you for an example again, Don. If you were a South Australian and you went overseas on holidays or for work, and when you came back, you would have to do a lockdown. And like here in Queensland, they're locking people down in hotels. What this is an option to do the lockdown at your own home, but you must register with this app, and this app you'll be required to, maybe whatever, it sends you a ping, or after a certain amount of time frame, you have to take a photo of yourself, and the app will geolocate you to prove that you are locking down or quarantining in the residence that you've said you will be at, which I personally, it worries me, the technology, but between being in a hotel room and having to pay for the quarantine myself, or being able to quarantine at my own home, I'd much rather quarantine at my own home. I don't know about you, but yeah.
That doesn't seem too bad. I mean, if the only option is like, all right, go to this hotel that you have to pay for 2 weeks, or here's this app, you just got to check in every now and then, make sure you're there. I think they're already doing that with like welfare checks. People at home lockdowns. The police come around from time to time.
They came and visited me a few times. That was fun.
Yeah, right.
I don't understand. I sort of understand why people get the shits with this sort of stuff, and like, my privacy and everything. But I don't. Unless you've got something to hide, why is it it doesn't affect you?
Now, Marx is in chat. Marx is pro-vaccine and everything like that. And even he's saying that's taking it way too far. And these sorts of things, when they're not explained correctly, they fuel the conspiracy nuts. Now, you guys probably think I'm a bit of a conspiracy nut, but I look at this and I go, I can see the point in it. It's gonna. I've got a mate of mine who's a copper in New South Wales, and he works for one of the like tactical response group sort of things. And he said he's spending so much of his time now just doing COVID checks on people. A unit says
this is only for 2 weeks, right?
This is for the rest of the
this is only for while you're in this app.
For the 2 weeks that you're in lockdown.
So yeah,
but it's a case of what next?
How do they handle the data? Where's the data stored? I'm pretty sure I've heard cases of where it's stored in Amazon servers overseas. I could be completely wrong
No,
here, but
I've heard that as
how
well.
do they decimate? How do they decimate the data? Who does it get shared to? They say that the police won't get access to it if they didn't need that.
Well,
If
I
they
don't know about
didn't
you
have
guys, but
warrants and
I've been
shit.
pretty good with protecting my phone number. And as soon as all this check-in stuff started, and here in Queensland, they didn't launch an official government check-in website. It was up to the businesses themselves to find a solution for you to check in. And what ended up happening was everyone ended up on mailing lists. And my phone does not stop fucking ringing now with marketers, and my email as well. It's just getting bombarded since these check-in things started because of it.
And the worst part, here in Vic, they're not even, the businesses, a lot of them aren't even enforcing the check-ins. They just got a nice little check-in here now with a QR code, and no one enforces it. So
They do in New South Wales.
They're getting way stricter with that stuff.
Mate,
You've got to show your ticket.
It's so fucked up. It's no combined approach. That's why one state's going to do better than the other. It's just...
Yeah, because we're not countrywide.
It happened in the US too. Some states did better than others when it came to the response.
Yeah,
I think it combined.
That's just the nature of the beast, where they're allowing you to statewide dictate how you go about it, and if you can't do it yourselves, they're going to force it.
To be honest, like I think what PC Bandit is saying is when he goes to a brothel or something like that, he doesn't want the which lady he visited, or maybe guy. I don't know, Bandit. You tell me.
I'm not going to check into every single... I'm not going to comment on that, actually.
Do the girls have a check-in QR code on them, or is it on the door? Or
it's tattooed on.
Where do I slide my card?
See the case in ACT that kicked off the latest round in the ACT. It had the venues, and it had 11 p.m. say to 3 a.m. at whatever bar in the ACT, and in the morning it had him at a church from 9 till 10. You know what I mean? So it's funny to follow the trail from pub to pub to pub to church in the morning. But I think it's a security guard.
It was probably a pub with, a back room attached to it, if you catch my meaning.
Back door, yeah.
I'm deliberately, for TOS reasons, not mentioning what that is, but, connect the dots yourself. And after the session, he went to church to repent for his sins.
Yeah.
It's like near me, there's a fucking... There's a few of them near me. And right next to it, there's a church and a sex shop, So... it's a combination. You go to the fucking place first, then the sex shop to finish off, and then the church to repent for your sins.
Very interesting demographic.
there's another aspect of this which a lot of people are starting to talk about now as well. There's currently a bit of a cry for. I'm seeing people writing things like there was a comedian, I think, Jimmy Kimmel. Did a thing where he was talking about there's a quandary in hospitals of who to prioritise for beds in hospitals. Well, as far as Jimmy Kimmel was concerned, it was an easy solution. Have an unvaccinated person with COVID, a vaccinated person with diabetes. Well, the vaccinated person gets priority. Okay, so we're now going to discriminate against people because I get it. I understand the argument of, COVID people have put more pressure on the medical system. But if we allow this, what do we allow next? Do fat people get discriminated against because it's a self-inflicted condition?
Smokers, non-smokers?
Smokers? Do we not allow people who hurt themselves in an accident of choice, maybe doing a silly stunt or something like that? Sorry, but you knew that was a potential consequence. Where do we go next? And we're heading, a lot of people hate this term, but I personally like it. We're heading down a slippery slope of, because of COVID, things are being considered that 5 years ago, if someone had suggested that we discriminate against fat people, yes, there was a few people saying things like that, but for the most part, people were like, no, everyone deserves the right to equal opportunity of medical treatment. Now, suddenly there's a case where, no, they should be discriminated against because they're not thinking of the greater good. Once you open it up for one thing, yeah,
that is a worry. There's a lot of stuff that is being implemented now. That's not a problem now, as Sizen was saying. But the future could be massively abused. When you put things into law, you know, once they're law, that's it. You know, it can be abused by a really bad government. And what you were saying about, you know, COVID and patients and whatever. Overseas, they're doing the PCR test, and everywhere you go, you've got to do a PCR test. So most of them are doing PCR tests before they leave. So that shouldn't even exist. So if, you know, you don't want to get the vaccine, you don't get the vaccine. As long as you're doing PCR tests, what does it matter?
There's an image I've got up on the screen. There's an image I've got up on the screen that everyone needs to remember. And this is from Nazi Germany. First they came for the socialists and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me and there was no one left to speak for me.
That is it's a true point, and I can see how you're trying to make that a point for this to a smaller level. I get you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it law? Is it law to get vaccinated at this point in time?
No, but they're going to take a.
Then
Yeah, well,
how-
New South, I mean, you
how
can speak for
discriminate?
this.
How do they have
You
the
can
right
speak
to
for this,
discriminate?
Rufu, because in New South Wales, you can't even get an ABN now. Is that correct?
Mate, I don't. Mate, as long as they don't fucking put on Tinder, you know, you can't use Tinder if you're unvaccinated. I'm happy.
Doesn't Tinder have the little thing now where you can put the little Jeb? I saw that on Kyle from PKA podcast profile. Vaccinated, you can show people that you're a vaccinated person.
I'm vaccinated, you know, and some chicks, you know, it won't be, oh, do you like walks on the beach? Or I like tall men. It'll be like, he's not vaccinated. I'm not dating him.
Yeah.
It's fucking STD conversation V2.
But as for the vaccination being legally required as yet, and I think there's I've even seen the same sort of rhetoric in America. Governments are reluctant to, for the most part, make it a legal requirement. What they're doing is they're pushing the emphasis onto business. So in my missus's case, her employer is basically making it a requirement for all of the employees to get vaccinated. And now she's going to need to, because basically what we're going to be seeing here in Australia and what there's talk of everywhere, I believe it's already in place in some areas, you can't travel if you can't provide proof of vaccination.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
My missus needs to travel for work.
Like, I'll put it this way. Again, I kind of touched on this before, but like, it comes down to, and your point about Nazi Germany and what happened there is kind of true, but at the same time, like, for example, my business, my place of work, I work with a lot of people that come in, tradies, fucking delivery drivers, fucking the coat guy, you know, fucking everything. The guy delivers the kegs, the guy that delivers the fucking $10,000 worth of Soprano hats we never use. You know, but like if he brings it to me, I bring it to my coworker, he brings it to his coworker, and it's so on, it spreads into a fucking massive cluster. Because we're unvaccinated. It'll fuck us completely. Like, it just takes one person to get fucked. So I get that, but at the same time, like, there'll be people who are hesitant like yourself, or people that for other reasons choose, maybe it be religious, or maybe just
There's those who just can't get the vaccine because
Medical
they're
reasons.
they're
Medical
compromised.
I think medical reasons are actually, at the moment, for my club, are an exemption to be entered unvaccinated, but still, like, it just comes down to where they draw the line, because if they go full hard yards with it, like, it could be something like, oh, we're going to add 10% onto your insurance amount per year if you're not unvaccinated, like things like that, small things like that. Or it could be basically full exclusions, like you can't go to an AFL match, or they herd all the unvaccinated people into one part of the stadium and they're kind of isolated within the stadium setting. Like, it just depends. Like, I don't see it being so extreme where it's going to be basically similar to what happened to the Jews in World War II. I don't see it being that extreme, but I do see there could be a bit of a problem depending on which way they implement it. So I think there's a lot of genuine fear that people who are unvaccinated are going to be left behind. Do I think people should get vaccinated? Yes, I'm pro-vaccination. Do I understand the fear of the unvaccinated? Yes. It could be a very big problem. It just depends how it's implemented, and that's the big thing.
Yeah, and our governments aren't exactly great at communicating anything.
Drunken
Gentlemen,
toddler.
I'm going to have to love you and leave you. I've got some stuff I've got to do around the house. I've got workmen coming. What a fucking awesome discussion today has been. I love these open mic sessions, and I'm going to be doing more of them. I love getting people in. I love talking. I love the fact that no one came in here fucking screaming down anyone else. We were all open to opposing points of view and discussions, and they just had a decent fucking chat about it. Fucking salute to all.
You just issued a challenge. You just issued a challenge. You just realized that, right?
You know, I'm in here, right? I'm very good at keeping arguments.
Hang about. I've got to give Gravity Wolf a chance. He's just popped back in, buddy. What did you want to say?
Nah, I have a dog barking occasionally, so I don't bother you. I've got a 6-month-old Bernese Mountain Dog puppy in the other room.
Oh, love puppies, man.
I'll send photos.
Pictures are required, all right? Pictures are required, or else you're banned.
If you want if you like dogs, you need to follow this Twitter account. We Rate Dogs. They have the best Twitter account. There was one just recently that. Come on, we only rate dogs. This is a silly seaside T-Rex.
Right.
Please evacuate the beach immediately. Thank you, 13 out of 10. As much as I said, before, I am down a rabbit hole of distrusting government and big business and all the rest of it. I still like to follow things that give me positivity in life. And it's simple little things like there are some good Twitter accounts. We all talk about how toxic Twitter can be, but how cute is that, man? Golden Retriever puppy up on its back legs, obviously having a ball down the fucking beach. I've got a Golden Retriever myself. I absolutely love them. They had another one. Where is it? There we go.
Have you got a picture?
This is clearly a little airplane waiting clearance for takeoff. Please send dogs only. It brings a smile to my dial, mate. Just a silly little dog picture, but yeah.
Check your Discord real quick before you go.
Boydie, can you give us a bit of a next Sunday's podcast? Can you?
Well, I've just got a message that Lax may not be coming on now,
Right.
so I'll follow up and check with Lax on that. If he's not, we'll be getting Foxtrot back on, but I still will be talking about mental health issues with streamers because, like I said, that is a fucking adorable dog as well, by the way, mate. They are beautiful.
Thank you.
They are fucking. I love dogs, man. I love dogs so much. I love cats. I love cats too, but I'm more of a. If I had to pick between dogs or cats,
Dogs, master race,
dog Ray. Sad news. Dogs, man. One of the cruelest fucking things about life in general is that dogs get to live such short lives. Wouldn't it be good if you could have a dog and have that dog for your whole life?
Right?
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
I'm not having another one because the last one was 12 years and that was too hard.
But we said the same when we lost our dog Wookie to cancer. He was a golden retriever and he was only 8 or 9 years old. And then we got Hopper in our life, and he was the best thing we needed. We needed that. We still remember Wookie. We got his ashes and a really nice little presentation of them, and they're sitting in the lounge room, and we go over and look at them, and we still remember him. But having Hopper in our life now, he brings us so much fucking joy, mate. So much fucking joy.
Boydie, can you please send a photo? I'm a massive simp for golden retrievers.
Yeah, mate. Yeah. Give me a sec.
Mate, I had a golden retriever as a kid, and I kid you not, he was a failed guide dog, assistance dog, hospital dog, a company dog. He failed every single bloody course they could possibly give him. So we got him at the age of 1, and he lived to about 14. Cancer as well,
shit.
but the golden retrievers are the fucking best dog breed of all time.
Yeah, I'm a huge retriever fan, mate. Huge retriever fan.
Oh. I have to say, this is a very productive conversation. If anything, I had more fun doing this than playing DayZ, so that says a lot. I'm a DayZ simp.
I love doing this.
I don't know. When you're locked up, like the social interaction is what I crave.
Let's
Like
be honest,
genuine social interaction, not like I don't know.
Bandit,
I'm
let's be
sitting in
honest,
a
mate.
DayZ community server.
Mm-hmm.
Bandit, let's be honest, mate. You're a peasant at DayZ anyway.
Yes.
It's the one that I keep dominating. It's all good.
Don't worry, I've got all the clips of you failing. It's all good.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Just remember PC Teddy, Rufu. PC Teddy.
That's good. I saw that photo for a second.
Adorable.
That's his little brother Squirrel. Squirrel's still with us. But yeah, that's Wookie. That's for my son.
Very loyal breed.
They are. They are. They're just amazing. And when he got cancer, it was so fucking sad. So fucking sad, man. Broke our hearts. Broke our fucking hearts.
It's like anything, mate. Unfortunately, it happens. And that's the thing when I lost my Goldie was basically you have to let them go. As much as it sucks, you have to because it's the better thing for them. As much as it really fucking pains you because our one had spinal cancer. And apparently that's what gets a lot of Goldies. So, it was better to put him down and let him go in peace and continuing suffering.
Now, you need to look very, very hard in this photo because he was a master of camouflage, but he's actually hiding behind that bush there. It took us forever to find him. He was such a good camouflage expert.
To the left, I think, is he?
So he just look closely.
I think I see him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't.
Bottom left of the frame, I think.
No, he's on the top frame. I could see paws. Top left.
Just see a bit of fur.
Zoom in.
Zoom in, enhance.
The missus was out gardening and she took this photo and she sent it through. See if you can spot him. He's a master of camouflage and it stuck. It's one of my favourite photos of him. He was the most gentle soul as well. He was just amazing, absolutely amazing.
By any chance, have you seen that movie? I'm trying to think. It's like Arlo, All Dogs Race or something.
Oh yes, we rate dogs.
I think that's it.
Yeah. If you don't mind me asking, Don.
Yeah.
What game will you be streaming next? I want to know. I want the insight.
Well, I am watching paint dry. It's a
Oh God, I know.
God. What was that puzzle game you were playing that had the signs on the wall? That seemed really interesting.
That was a really good game. That was don't touch this button. I think it was called. It was like a green theme. Yeah.
Don't touch the red button or something.
You
like
just
that.
don't trust the signs. That's it.
Yeah, you sort of do the opposite of what they say, but yeah.
Don, keep trolling, mate. I'm fucking loving you trolling. It's hilarious. A lot of people aren't getting it, but for those of us who are enjoying it, mate, the simple creatures are cracking the shits of what you're doing and all the rest of it. But just keep having fun, mate. Keep having fun.
Well, don't worry. I've got a DayZ video premiering later tonight.
Yes.
I don't mean to self-promote, but it's on my YouTube, ready to go for 9:00 tonight. I think it is.
After a few hours, we discovered this.
Yeah.
Love it. Clickbait the hell out of it, all right? Just clickbait the hell out of it.
Yeah, I put it up on my Twitter. It's got a preview in it.
I will say this before Bodie leaves. I am interested in seeing what's going to be in Livonia when the new update comes out.
Yes. I can't wait for it.
What's coming?
Bandit,
I'm officially vanillaizing the hell out of my experience. I'm done with modded servers. You might see me on official servers these days.
Bandit, you're a peasant, mate. You won't make it 10 kilometers down the road.
I think it's only a 10 by 10, isn't it? Or, I don't know.
I don't know.
Regardless, you struggle to get it anywhere on fucking the mouse, mate.
Yeah.
Did you play the mouse? I missed that.
I got him once to play it. He just and he kept dying.
Let's just say the server needed some reconfiguration, and that wasn't my server. It's some random server. I blame the server, not me.
All right, guys, I have to go.
Gotta go.
I've really got to go.
No worries, buddy.
No worries, man. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you all so much. We'll be doing
Thanks for the
this-
shout out.
No, you're welcome, mate. We'll be doing this more regularly, and I really do enjoy just having people come in. And like you saw today, it doesn't have to be a fucking sit here and echo chamber. Give me opposing fucking points of view. I'm open. I might call you a fucking idiot, but you can call me a fucking idiot back because it's fun. We are going to go and pass the love on to Madgri. We were talking about the problems that female streamers face, not just in streaming, but in life in general. So head on over there, make some noise, let her know where you come from, let her know where you've been, and I will see you all Saturday, Sunday for the DayZ podcast. Maybe with Lax, maybe without Lax. I'll find out more about that. But yeah, either way, it's going to be a good show. All the best, everyone, and ciao for now.
Thanks, guys.
Cheers.
Take care.
Bye-bye, fellas. Have a good one.
Yeah, you too, man.
Just because of the map that soon. So the
really?
people in A3, when I was in A3, must have found a part to start the storm.
Okay.
And they've done it. So.
They've fucking done it.
Yay,
There's a dead
Survivor!
dude in the water over here, Maddie. Just a heads up.
Oh shit. That's what I'm assuming
what's your
because they had
plan?